Welcome everybody to Upsurge. My name is Infernosis, debuting here today, joined here by, I guess technically your debut as well here, but debut. He played one game, came in late to
Yeah.
supplement into a cast, but
It
nonetheless,
was
his mainstay debut here, fellow. God, I love casting with you any time of the week, but we've got a banger of a matchup here for map 1.
Oh yeah. So X13 versus Tidal, both of them flawless so far, 3 wins, but eventually one of them is going to have to lose that perfect heater of a round or matchup, I should say. But it's going to be 6 wins in total to guarantee yourself in the league, so it's still a long ways to go. But whoever wins this will most likely be going up against Slaughterhouse Bravo, and they're a fantastic team, so there's a lot on the line. But in a matter of time, we'll go into the map bans pretty soon. Just going to get those finished up just a moment. So we have everybody readied up. We're just going to wait on the finishing touches, but I'm quite excited. I haven't seen anything from X13, but I actually haven't heard anything from Tidal as well. So this will be very interesting for me, but hey, they both already won 3 wins. They should be doing just fine.
Yeah, Tidal's had a pretty good job so far. I know that they were in a couple qualifiers for different leagues, but starting off first, the first man to come through, X13, taking Coastline off the board. Not liking the frac-centric styled mapping, you see Tidal taking Consulates. Not liking the large hat-centric or, window repel simulator map that is, and X13 will then opt for their next ban as well, as we do have to go all the way through all of it to pick what the final map is going to be. But Chalet out for the count here. It's going to be X13 removing that unfortunate. You and I both really like Chalet, and I haven't had the chance yet to cast for it, but it'll happen. And Tidal, my new favorite team, as they ban out Cafe, as that is my least favorite map in history, and that goes above Tower. I wish I was joking. But X13 now, the next ban to come through. They're going to take Clubhouse out for the count, and then it's up to Tidal to decide what really will be played.
Oh, no, not Oregon. This is referred to by most as Borgen. It's probably one of the, if not the most played map. I mean, competitively standing, it's a great map. It's just a pain to cast because it's played almost every single day. Oregon, Clubhouse, and Cafe are probably the 3 most played maps in any league. That's the holy trinity of comp maps, and then Villa's a close fourth. So we're going to go to at least one of those matches. And I think if we check our clocks here, Scott, it might be a Siege o'clock.
Here. Yeah, Siege o'clock. We got ourselves a great matchup to come into this one. Both teams absolutely rocking it so far here, looking to, kind of put the final nail in the coffin to decide who's best. And X13 is going to attempt to show that off immediately. We're going to see them defending on the preferred side, and I think this is going to be pretty interesting. Tidal forced to attack on this first half. Do they have the advantage because of that, or maybe they've got to, claw themselves out of a hole if X13 are able to deny enough rounds and take themselves into the lead, like you should for any defensive-sided map such as Oregon. But first ban to come through, a Habana, nothing too shocking about that. That's walk-in closet and master bedroom for that second floor. It's also hatches as well for that basement. Those are out for the count. You're going to have to rely on a different style of hard breach, and there's no way to deny those hard breach denial devices because you don't have a Thatcher. Now you're going to have to rely on Maverick to do that job.
I'm assuming a Kaid will be banned by either 2 of these teams, whether it be Tidal X13, doesn't really matter, but now that Thatcher is off the board, it's going to come down to a lot of stop destruction via vertical play to get open those main walls, or just a Maverick, and Kaid counteracts them both pretty well, but Valkyrie is going to get banned first and foremost. A really annoying intel operator to deal with unless you're bringing that IQ, but now you're sacrificing a player role just to counter one operator that may or may not be picked every single round. So it's a great ban nonetheless. And sadly, my prediction was wrong, as Mira will be the last operator on the chopping block, but it makes a lot of sense. She's also incredibly strong on almost every single map, and the bomb sites of both supply and laundry, along with any site on this map. She can be played quite effectively, so it's not a bad ban to say the least. This is honestly a very standard start so far for both teams, doubling down on that statement as we're heading to kids in dormitories first and foremost.
Yeah, second floor objective can be a little bit of a difficulty to decide how you really want to engage with it as an attacking team. You're going to have to usually bring a Maverick to do the job, but currently what I'm seeing, Tidal has not picked that up, instead going with the Ace as their main hard breach, utility player. I'm a little bit shocked. I think the Ayana will switch to the Maverick. That's going to be pretty normal. X-Stars is a very phenomenal player on that. I know that for a fact, and They have done a very nice job for themselves. We're probably, and I'm going to go ahead and call it, we're going to see Reed, Sync, Pack Rat, and X-Stars. They're going to be heading over to Big Tower. We'll see Unlimited and Waltz heading over to Walk-In Closet. It's going to be that South and North pincer heading in to take control of Attic and to take control of Game Room, where they can ultimately attempt to try and secure themselves the objective, or at least a chance to plant that default corner next to the foosball table. Hopefully they can situate themselves nicely and snugly fit themselves over and put that lunchbox down to help them eat up this round.
And the Syria gates, or laser gates, as most people and myself tend to call them, it's going to slow down that main wall push on at least one side so far, and it doesn't get in the way of those electro claws either, or at least on one side. I can't quite tell if both are. Oh, no, they are both electrified. Okay, good. I thought there was a minor bug. Oh, it was not. He's doing a nice little Kai trick to try and counteract that stop destruction that I mentioned previously. So because there's no IQ on the board, it's going to come down to either pure luck or a drone just happening to stop by near those electro claws. So that back wall and closet might never get opened up. That could be a huge issue for Tidal, as they would then pretty much have to funnel themselves in through the backside of Attic, which is a complete and total death trap. But let's hope that doesn't end up happening. And so far, they're not approaching from the northern side of the map just yet. It looks to be more of a garage-sided push. They're going to have to run into Habibi at some point in time. Both players of the Asha and Lucy very close between one another. A sound cue might come out, but at the moment, still a very calm opening part to this round as the first minute comes to an end.
Yeah, I think we're seeing an armory-sided push, which is interesting. It's not actually very common to see that come out, and it could be something you maybe have to worry about. Unlimited stepping across it, baby, and they'll find the kill, guaranteeing a 5v4 early on. Now Tidal taking it out very early. They'll even it back out as Packrat finds J Slime in a 4v4, but a Hibbibibi as low as I'll get out here. And now you're going to have a 4v4, but it's going to be swiftly dropped as Packrat finds themselves the second, securing the Malusi player and finishing off the kill, what his teammate could not do previously. So now Tidal with a one-man lead, 1 minute and 38 seconds on the clock. They're looking to try and finish off this round, but that toxic Bane-wielding David could be a big detriment, buying enough time for them to Tidal wait to play into that last 30-second meta that is so popular. It could be a nail in the coffin, but Waltz out for the count as Craze is Waltz finds out for the count on a Craze, a downed player of X-Stars now, and it looks like X13 are making it a little bit closer as Snows takes and finishes ReedSync. X-Stars still downed, a 2v2 in function. Will X-Stars be brought back out? Looks like a player on that outside balcony will attempt to go for it, but it could still be anyone's game. Can Snows finish off this kill?
Technically a 2-on-2. Waltz could get into some sort of gun engagement, but he'll go for the revive. A smart decision. Now Tidal will officially have that man advantage back in their favor. Still 50 seconds to play with as well. More than enough time to do this, but they have to burn through that utility. Whether it be the laser gates or the players. Snows in the far back gets grenaded. There's an injure. It's now in a 1v3 situation, all up to David as he's getting pushed from multiple directions, and his own toxic babe will be his demise. He can't see Packrat through the smoke. A nice 3K for the Nomad player, and a beautiful opening round for Tidal as they take their first round win.
Great round to start off, and constant back and forth throughout. The X13 looked like they kind of narrowed it a little bit closer, bringing it just into their grasp slightly, but denied out fruitlessly there as Tidal will take it quite successfully for themselves, and now setting themselves off on a strong foot. First round doesn't really have very much importance, you would say, usually, but it does set the pace. It is the pacemaker for your side. You've started off strong, and now you're going to try and continue that success. You're going back now to that second floor objective, that armory-sided and armory-focused push, almost completely ignoring Big Tower, unlike what I had previously thought of was going to happen. No, we're going to see it a little bit different. They're trying to spice it up. Tidal keeping X13 on their toes. They weren't on their toes enough to guarantee any level of success against them. And Tidal may be able to take this in a defensive-sided game, take 2 rounds on the attack very early on.
And shockingly, neither one of these teams have switched up their team composition. Now, don't get me wrong, Tidal had a great start to this first matchup on Oregon, this best of 1, but they weren't able to get the main wall open, and that was because they just couldn't find the electro claws. I would have loved to have seen an IQ, maybe a Twitch drone because there was no mute on the board, just something to slightly change things up and make it a little bit of an easier time, but it's not the end of the world for Tidal. I'm more concerned about X13 because A, they're going the exact same bomb site, and B, they have the exact same lineup, so Tidal can read perfectly into this and take a second round win already in the first 2 rounds, unless something drastically mechanically wise changes, but I don't think that's going to be the case. So already we could be seeing a differential from that common 4-2 split on such a defender-sided map on Oregon.
Yeah, I think one of the big things we need to see from X13 is going to be a heavy roam presence. We saw it. We saw the Malusi player kind of step away, play towards that downstairs laundry staircase. Maybe they caught one player off guard, but then it were ultimately felled back. I think that instead of trying to go for another peek there, you could have seen them rotate the other way, go all the way through basement, head over towards Big Tower, and maybe go towards green hallway near kitchen, and then try to rotate in another direction. I think the roaming presence was slacking. I think that's one of the big things from X13 that they're going to have to change if they want to be able to find the same level of success that Tidal was bringing to the table, but they're going to find the first kill. It's going to be the Aruni player, J-Slime, the Mark 14, taking the kill onto Unlimited, and now a 5v4 situation. Tidal taking an early death, and they're not going to be able to frag this one right back like we saw in the last round.
I mean, I did predict it somewhat that the only thing I could see changing was just the positioning and who gets the first opening kill. So far, this will greatly impact X13 chances of winning, and they still have the main wall and towards Closet electrified at the moment. Reed Sink, he's trying to find the electrical from underneath, but because there's no IQ, he's really out of luck here. It's almost impossible to spot it out. He eventually will do so and will pick up a refrag in compensation as well. A mighty fine trade indeed. That'll bring things now to a 4-on-2 or 4v4, sorry, and still plenty of time to be had for Tidal. They'll get that back wall opened up now, a minute 15. They'll have to break through that laser gate if they want to push in through the normal wall to get that default plant down in the deep part of Foosball, but it's not that big of a concern. As long as you can still walk through that part of the hard destruction, they'll still be able to get the job done just fine. But Craze finally able to get another kill as well. The first one for this round for himself onto Pack Rat, one of the most impactful players on the first opening round that will bring X13 back into a slight lead in the second round.
Man, time really running thin here. Reed Sink coming into a player they've been targeted, finding the kill. Craze out. They'll pick up themselves a double, but a Habibi will find Waltz in a 3v2 setup. He tries to spray Habibi down as Reed Sink finds a third, but it's going to be J-Slime to find out and get themselves the double. Now X-Stars in a 1v2. The Maverick player already on the objective. They're holding by that A site. Need to rotate around. White Stairs player J-Slime finding the kill, and X-Stars out for the count. X13 will return a devastating round loss in round 1 with a nice win in round 2, starting themselves off and tying it back. Still can be anyone's game.
The fact that they got that opening spawn peak was huge because they only had to fight for refrags essentially, and then they still kept the man advantage with those previously mentioned refrags. So amazing recovery round for X13. That'll even things up. Now they're going to be allowed to head into laundry room and supply, and again, the exact same lineup, but to be honest, I don't really blame them. With the current meta, we're seeing a small push away from operators like Goya, for example, because sooner or later, their gadget will be changed into most likely just a jerry can, so might as well get used to not having to worry about him. And now, Aruni will be taking his place, and she has even more utility to be counterable, especially against a Goyo, I guess you could say. I'm trying to find the right words to say here, but Goyo, only 2 Vulcan shields, J-Slime, about 3 Syria gates. The numbers, they do speak for themselves. It's a little bit better. I know I didn't pass my math class this year, but hey, you gotta cut me some slack, right, chat? I think 3 is better than 2.
I apparently hear also illiterates multiple times.
No, biliterate, actually.
I can't even read Habibi's name, and I just love it. It's messing with a speech impediment I don't even have, so it's really catching me off guard. But nonetheless, like you said, Goyo getting removed, basically, out for the count. Once that does come through, a lot of teams will kind of need to figure out what they need to do differently, and, you know, maybe plays like this against a competent team, you can kind of think of it like a scrim. I don't think that's the appropriate way to go about it, but it can be a learning experience, win or lose. And I think that may be something you just kind of take on the chin if you do lose. You've learned a lot about this team. If you do make it and they make it as well, then you've learned a little bit about what their strategy may be and what they're bringing to the table. But X13 heavy roam presence. They'll find the first. A Bibby finding Packrat. And now a 5v4 X13 now rotating back to the objective, turtling back on top. But Habibi is rotating over towards that freezer side. I think they're going to go up white stairs here and maybe check it out. Hey, they're holding strong over by freezer steps. I think this is a smart decision in all honesty. I said multiple times we need to see that heavy roam presence, and they're finally bringing it out to rapid success.
And now Tidal has zero clue as to where Habibi currently is located at. So now they have to worry about this roam presence that may or may not be there, and they're already down a player. This is not looking that good, especially against such an impactful player like Packrat. Not only did we see such amazing gun skill by him the first round, but he's playing the Nomad. That's so much active utility now down the drain. It's a sad sight to see, to say the least. And now X13, again, having a pretty decently sized advantage, and they are still able to deny this push coming into blue, utilizing those toxic babes on top of just ADSs as well, a plethora of utility dump coming out from that part of the map, also able to deny some of that Selma wall from fully detonating, only the first half did. This is not looking up to be the best position for Tidal so far. They need to find some sort of refrag and eventually get control of Blue Bunker, or they're going to be completely out of luck because there's still so much for them to do with just only a minute on the clock. This is already looking to be a hopeless round for them unless they make something happen right here and right now with the smoke layer of David.
Ooh, almost narrowly making it past, but David finding Reed State, guaranteeing themselves the 5v3. Now Tidal in a bit of a desperation stance. They'll try to step in, but X-Stars can't make it past the door. Snow's finding the play. Cray's finding the second out to eliminate it, and it's a 5v1 Waltz. Will have to decide how they want to waltz into the objective. They'll take some shots into J-Slime, connecting about equal, but it will be finished off as Habibi takes Waltz for the count, and X13 guarantee themselves a flawless victory. Looking spicy right now. Defense, as always, looking great.
Not shocking there, but the big question, will they go dining or will they go meeting? It'll be meeting, okay. I think we're seeing a little bit of a resurge coming into for meeting, especially with Aruni now being heavily in the meta. And as I say that, they don't bring her. You know what? Today's just not my day, Scott, but that's okay. Still, though, I think teams have begun to favor meeting room just a little bit more now, considering all things. I mean, you can extend up above a little bit easier when going meeting. You can still do that with dining, but only this time you can also extend into showers as well. But not many teams actually bother going in towards showers when dining room is played anymore. So it's, you know, it's probably more ideal just to go meeting, to be honest, because I feel like dining room's a little bit more attacker favorite. So it does make sense. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. You don't like me anymore?
No. Anyone that doesn't like the tertiary objective of dining and kitchen, you're objectively wrong.
Well,
you're also objectively right, but ignore that half of that for just about 20 seconds while I talk over you and you can't respond back and defend yourself.
Okay.
No, I way prefer dining over meeting hall. I just don't like the centralized focus on Big Tower as much as most teams do. I think that you kind of focus in a little bit too much on that northern side of the map onto Big Tower, trying to breach in and plant behind, you know, flipped table on that top, you know, meeting room behind the podium, right? I don't like planting in that direction, this northernmost side. It's not comfortable to me as a player. It's not comfortable to me as a viewer. It's a little bit dangerous. I think that a toxic babe or anything that can just be, you know, shot through, I don't like that. So I think dining room, while it may be attacker-sided, can be entirely denied by one Maestro sitting inside of showers, and it basically makes it so you can't plant inside, and they have to spend so much time denying that player that just with a couple ADSs and maybe it's like a pancake as well, maybe you bring that out. I mean, you have a way to completely deny them to step inward, and I think that it's just a little bit smarter to play that instead of putting such a heavy emphasis on Big Tower. Look, we see every single player for this side inside of Big Tower, outside of it, looking to step inward. I don't like that heavy focus.
Don't get me wrong. What you mentioned earlier, I love pancakes too, reason why I'm such a big lad, but the only issue with dining room and kitchen is that you can just push in from meeting side, and there's really nothing that the defenders can do. Nice opening pick by X-Stars. That's a great difference from what we've seen by them so far. Finally, got a little bit more life kicked into him. That's a huge pick as well on the Craze. Not going to be able to use any Electric Claws if he had any left in his back pocket, but I'm not 110% sure if he did. But still, an opening pick is an opening pick, and it's only a matter of time before Unlimited might get a little bit too crazy in that back corner near rear stage. Might go for the wide swing onto Snows. That stun grenade going to fully blind Snows, but he'll be able to retreat back into the site. Not going to be eliminated just yet, but a little bit of soft destruction being added into the mix as well. Like I said, only a matter of time before we see even more action being added into this equation. Nice grenade being bank shotted off, just making sure Snows isn't holding close. And now that'll force them to play even more passively. This could allow for Tidal to breach into the actual bomb site and begin to get even more map control than they would have originally thought they would have.
Still this northern side presence right now from Tidal. They have not opted to really rotate away. We see 3 players as of the moment. They have 2 that could rotate away, but J-Slime will make their presence known from this kitchen doorway towards Green Hall, finding Unlimited. And now you brought it a little bit more even. This 4v4 situation now in play. We do see now as Tidal is still entirely situated in Big Tower, they need to actually step forward. Packrat, who's kind of playing this kitchen core to this Green Hall, looking to maybe take a peek around the corner, but if you take too long, you're going to lose your teammates, just like we just see with ReedSync. Felled by Habibi, and now J-Slime taking a step back. This angle will not be anticipated. And X13 have found an answer to Tidal's attempts. J-Slime finding Packrat as they step into kitchen door. And now X-Stars and Waltz of everything on their back in this 4v2 situation. Still walking through green, sees the head, taking some shots in between, but nothing connecting for either player. And now they need to step inward to maybe get a plant out of BB. Comes in and finds Waltz, and now X-Stars in a 1v4 still, but it's not gonna matter. J-Slime finds the 3K, and X13 win yet another back-to-back defensive round.
And that is exactly what you have to clear up above. Dirty angles like that by Habibi. He was completely uncontested. No one was flushing him out. Tidal thought, oh hey, we killed Craze up above. It's free. We can now go underneath. No. That's not the case. There's more than one player almost always playing up above, and that was Tidal's downfall. They were completely denied by Habibi, and then we also had the Jaeger player of J-Slime as well, which is a huge impact player as well. It wasn't good after that first opening pick by Tidal. They lost all of their forward momentum. So now 3-1 favoring X13. They're doing great. What was that, Scott?
It's the curse of Big Tower. You put too much focus on one side, literally all 5 of your players, and you
and they didn't even do it the right way. They didn't even do it the right way. Yeah, you got to clear up above first.
There was no sight lines. I mean,
nope.
It's exactly what you don't want to have happen. I don't think it's necessarily that they didn't attempt to have it done. I think X13 just countered it. They outplayed them. They did not anticipate. Tidal did not anticipate X13, and when you've got a player like J-Slime sitting inside of kitchen with the Jaeger 416C that's able to just decimate, you've got to find an answer for it, and Tidal couldn't find one past the opening pick.
Yeah, they still could have had the Maverick open up the wall and then, at least try a little bit. There was just no attempt. They made a couple of kill holes here and there. What's that?
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah, that same. Yeah. I bet that's how Tidal feels right now, because now they're 1-3. That's not a good sight to put yourself into. They only need to win one more round. So it's not the end of the world, but they could be doing much better than anticipated right now. That's for sure. This is a pretty even match considering all things. We've seen a little bit of fight back from Tidal, so good effort by them. Maybe they'll bring it back a little bit more on that defensive side, and who knows, maybe we'll see the exact same tricks, and this time they'll be denied because J-Slime is in the exact same spot he was when Kids and Dorms was defended for the second time, and this worked out beautifully for him. He found that opening frag onto the Ashe player, and that led to just an avalanche of issues for X13 later on. And Habibi's now joining the party as well. This could be devastating for Tidal, but it's not going to be either two of those players. It'll be Craze finding a 2K on both Packrat and ReedSync all the way into Armory, and only now does Unlimited get a trade onto that aggressive Jaeger player. My God, what an insane 2K, completely denying the Armory push as of right now.
My goodness, what a way to start off. And
wow,
you can't ask for a better beginning. Only taken out by the player that's repelling outside game's window, getting a long shot over towards that attic door. They almost narrowly escaped death, but unfortunately were felled. And Now you've got yourself a one-man lead. You had the two, and it's a little bit closer, but X13, they're feeling spicy after that. You take out both Packrat and RaidSync, which, in all honesty here, have been the show-off players here for Tidal. Round 1 for Packrat, and I mean, round 2 or round 3 for RaidSync, despite them not winning it, they still had the 3K come through, but oh, Habibi finding X-Stars and a 4v2 underway. Tidal looking like they're losing a little bit of the energy we initially saw. They've opened up this walk-in closet, Surya Gate removed, but barely missing the opportunity for a shot below the floor, but I believe we have an opportunity to be tossed. Toxic Bait could be thrown, will be. It's going to go off and buy a little bit more time. I think it actually gets Electro Clawed out and destroyed, but nonetheless, still the 4v2, and X13 pretty much have this round in hand as long as they don't get greedy and overextend themselves.
Right now, X13 is perfectly positioning themselves for that not to happen, but there's still a fighting chance for Tidal. You can never count them out just yet. There's still 30 seconds on the clock, and the wide swing by Unlimited almost guarantees him that kill onto David, but he's going to miss a couple of crucial shots, which will keep David alive for a little while longer. That'll let him use his Toxic Babes. Walt's getting lit up by that Mark 14, I'm pretty positive, and he walks right into the gunfire of Snows with that AUG. Now a 1v4. This is basically hopeless, but Unlimited will get one onto David, finishing up what he started a couple moments ago, but only 10 seconds left, and Snows is still in the deep part of regular dorms, and he will shut down the last player of Unlimited. A nice 2K to seal the deal, and it will be another round win favoring X13.
Let's gush a little bit more about X13 here and the team coordination we saw right there. The second we hear the wub wub of the Banshee go off, you see them peek out from behind bunk bed. They go for the peek. Teammates sitting up on top of small stand, small countertop inside of games room hears and then goes peek it, take the shots. It's execute order 66 moment right there, and it's exactly what happened. The teamwork and coordination right now from X13 is devastating. Tidal, they haven't found an answer. We saw them do an unheard of, an unprecedented strategy to try and take out second floor, and they found that success in round 1, but it's been countered, it's been watched, it's been denied by X13 on every single objective since then, and Tidal have not found that answer. They're getting outplayed and out-coordinated, and I think that's the biggest difference. X13's team strategy right now is looking a lot more connected than Tidal's. I think Tidal may need to go back and look at that meeting hall objective push, one that's arguably easier than basement and second floor, but they focus too much on one part and tunnel visioned out in the wrong direction. I think that's kind of the name of the game right now. Don't let yourself get tunnel visioned, and that's exactly what Tidal is falling for at this moment in time.
We've been seeing far too many one-sided pushes. You're absolutely right, Scott. It's just they're getting tunnel visioned, and funnels are never good, especially on the attacking side, because
unless you're baking a cake.
Yeah. That's a good point. I will give you that one. Touché, as some people would say. But especially when you have defending operators like the Smoke that can just cut off any entry point given one for about half a minute, that's really detrimental in the last few moments of the round. You know, you hear that 20-second meta every now and again being said from time to time. It's kind of been pushed away, swept under the rug if you call, but every now and again, if an attacking team like Tidal doesn't do their due diligence and wastes too much time in the beginning of the round, then it comes back to that 30-20-second meta, and especially on maps like Cafe and Oregon, where you have to clear out so many different areas of approach, whether it be a roam clear or just general map control, like getting the hatch opened up in meeting, for example, which takes plenty of time and manpower. It's a setup for disaster almost if you don't do it quick enough. And here we have it, Habibi getting the opening frag, an amazing shot onto Unlimited, a crisp headshot, and he might set himself up for another, but it might actually be Craze to find that kill for himself instead. He goes for a second, he'll land the shots, already so much damage being done. Tidal might not be able to recover, Waltz will get one, but he has to find 4 more as Craze will be eliminated, but there's still 4 other players alive, and right now, he's in a tense gun engagement up against J-Slime, and right now, he sure as hell is not winning it.
Not looking good at all, and I think J-Slime's on the prowl, looking to maybe try and finish this one off. This half could go one-sidedly in favor of X13. They peek around the corner, information given, taking a little bit of damage, but both peeking, but J-Slime lying down, finding the kill, and Waltz will have to waltz himself into the next half. Tidal, They need to find an answer here. Can defense be it? There was a hip-fire kill as well to make it even worse, to put it on. That's just the final nail in the coffin in terms of mentality of confidence right now of Tidal. Forced to watch that as it was the final kill cam. Oh my goodness. Now X13, they need 2 rounds to guarantee a win, and they've got plenty of time to do it. A 4-round differential between them and Tidal. They can make some mistakes. They can try and find what works out for them. They've got the wiggle room to do so. Tidal need to tighten up their belts here, need to pull up their straps and figure out what they need to do to fix this game, because right now X13 is going to continue to walk in them if Tidal cannot find that next level of play.
Being 1 round away from match point is never a position you want to put yourself into. I think the only position that's worse is being in match point, because now you have no room for error. The error margin, very minimal right now for Tidal. They need to win at least a handful of rounds. Obviously, you'd want 4 or 5 in a row to not even have overtime be an option, except for on your side. But now, it's a really big concern. They're going to go probably one of the better sites to defend right now, Laundry and Supply. A very old school setup, no Aruni, but instead, the double denial combination of Jaeger and Wamai and the Goyo that I mentioned earlier. So you're definitely going to see that elbow, L-wall, J-wall, whatever you want to call it. You'll see that extension come out. But the only problem is, if X13 does not push from this direction, then all of this utility being put from that one specific spot will be basically for nothing. But on the bright side, at least Tidal is somewhat concerned about the other push, which will most likely happen in towards Freezer, but it just might not be enough.
They're going to need to find an answer, and I think abusing Goyo, while still applicable, may be a way to find that answer. But if El Bunker's not pushed, if Construction is not taken as their go-to route to step in towards that basement, then it may not come to fruition anyways. Maybe they say, hey, they're going to try and find an answer. Goyo on the board. Let's just avoid that side of the map. Northeast, who needs it? Go away from that. I mean, it's not for everyone. They just go the other direction. Take Laundry and Freezer. Work your way around there, but Reedsink looking to punish by rear stage. Sprays a little bit too early. Could have been an opportune moment, but Reedsink jumping the gun. And now you're going to see them take that position inside of Big Tower and have a chance to maybe take Pillar instead of taking out El Bunker. But it will have to fall at some point in time, as they will be able to step into that B objective through that rotation wall. But I just don't think we're going to see X13 opt to push out that elbow.
It's a really slow start for X13, but they have a lot to do. At least they've already cleared out the roam. They just have to worry about all 5 players basically in the middle of sight, but they're trying to get that hatch opened up in towards meeting for E-Box. They're pushing from the backside, but oh, that's not a great start to your first attacking round. Craze blowing himself up, but on the bright side, at least he won't give any of his opponents a free skill. Nice shot comes out. Hey, X-Stars, fun fact, grenades are not really bullets. It's a grenade. It goes boom. It does not go pew. I'm sorry to tell you that, my friend. But Tidal technically now having the early man advantage without having to break a single sweat, and they're all still bunkered in the middle of sight. This is not the worst position for them to be in right now, especially since that was Maverick off the board. The main hatch can no longer be opened up. X13 now has to go in, guns blazing, and just has to hope that they'll win all of their gunfights going into this last 50 seconds of the 7th round.
X13's done a phenomenal job of that so far, but this is a dangerous objective to try and take control over. The objective having to step inward and having to get over from this back stairwell could be dangerous. Oh, David getting shot at. Reedsink narrowly avoiding the opportunity to get the kill. Could be a trounced moment, but they're going to step forward. J-Slime taking an opportunity as well, but with 30 seconds, time out. David finding Pack Rat, and now a 4v4 as X13 fight it back. A second behind in Harry Potter. Reedsink out for the count, and now a player in Freezer. Waltz holding a very strong Apex position with the Toxic Babes. 15 seconds on the clock. They've denied any entry. David through the wall with a Toxic Babe, and now it's equal on the board as they're going to have this player be downed and officially finished off, but they've got to step forward. J-Slime,
oh,
he's
no.
getting damaged and down. X-Star's finding a BB, and Unlimited finishing J. It's not even gonna matter. Tidal will win off of time, protecting out their own objective. So close for X13 to bring the comeback, but it just wasn't enough, and that last 30 second will come to bite you in the rear.
So close, but yet so far by David. He found those 2 impactful kills, but there was so much utility left on the board. It was unstoppable. You couldn't get through it. It was just a big hot box, essentially. And Tidal took full advantage of that, winning the round almost purely based off of those Toxic Babes, finding a lot of damage and a kill on top on David. So amazing recovery round. Tidal might be able to pick up a few more like that because of how defensively favorable Oregon can be, and they're going to continue the exact same lineup, only this time they're moving in towards kids and regular dormitory. A little bit different site to defend, as it's not all the way underneath. There is some soft destruction you can do to break those mute jammers, for example, so maybe X13 can take full advantage of that, bringing both the Ashe or the Sophia, but I believe Tidal is well aware of that and will instead try to beat them through a war of attrition via this massive amount of utility that they're bringing now for a second time in a row.
5 seconds to go.
Man, I wish we would seen a Malusi here for the second floor. I want to see the
feel that,
Malusi
yeah.
be brought out because, I mean, X13's more than likely going to bring out a main style push coming over towards Big Tower, doing that north to south. I think if any team so far is going to come out with something stable and working, it's going to be X13. And I think that when you know that as Tidal and you have that knowledge and base, which you do see them kind of opting for that north and south presence, but when you know that as Tidal and you have that opportunity and that knowledge available to you, abuse it. Attic is going to be something that X13 is going to look to try and establish themselves within, and if they're able to do that and you're not able to slow them down enough, say wasting utility like a Banshee inside and Pancakes as well, I mean, everything you can use it to keep them out of Attic for as long as possible. X13 forced into a 30-second meta and forced into that 30-second time period to establish themselves off, failed, and Tidal was able to deny that, continue to force that. If Tidal can continue to abuse those last moments of a round and force X13 to play in that uncomfortable style, I think Tidal can make the comeback and try to keep themselves in this one.
J-Slime, perfect place at an even more perfect time, breaking the second mute jammer now, and Packrat can no longer deny that main wall and closet from being hard destructed. J-Slime as well, almost finding a nice opening frag, but barely gonna miss out on that perfect moment for a second time now. But doesn't really matter all that much, plenty of utility being burned through, and David will make up for J-Slime's poor timing on the frag because he picks up the headshot on your Reed Sync. Now a 5-on-4. Things will get evened up. Packrat with the Mossberg shotty at hand will claim the body of Snows. Craze following suit though as he rips the head clean off of X-Star's shoulders. The man advantage now back in the favor of X13. Still a minute to play with, and so much utility has already been burned through. Waltz only having one Toxic Babe left. He'll pick up one in compensation though as he shuts down Craze, but J-Slime around the corner of the main wall picks up one on to Packrat, and the last Toxic Babe will in fact detonate and claiming the life of David. Now a 2-on-2. This is a very undecided round just yet due to that man count being completely equalized, and there's still 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Anything can happen now. It's going to come down to these last couple of gunfights. Walt's in a great position to win this. He'll light up Habibi but not confirm the kill around the corner. However, Unlimited will pick up the last two, and Tidal out of nowhere reclaim the round win. Now 5-3, and they're slowly trekking their way to an even round count. Slowly but surely, 5-3 going in round number 9.
Tidal,
Wow.
you lost Attic so quickly. Look at what happens when you lose Attic so quickly. Your presence being held inside of the children's room is just unsubstantiated. It gets removed. It's not strong enough. You've got Waltz, who is losing a firefight, forced into an SMG play. They get one kill. They remove out your Maverick player in the opposing side, which is exactly what you needed. But in the end, Craze in that round wasn't really there. They weren't that important. Their one job was to break into Big Tower, and beyond that, I mean, it's just whatever they can get. I think Tidal, they win the round off of once again forcing time, but it could have been even more one-sided. X13 now opting to try and do something else. They've got to try. We know Tidal is going to have to pick up the tertiary objective. They're going to go Meeting Hall again. X13, if we want to see one thing from you here in this round, it's not putting 5 players inside a Big Tower and trying to attack that direction. Tidal tried it. It didn't work. X13, you've let Tidal go 2 rounds back-to-back on you. You're one away from that match point. If you don't win this tertiary objective and then they 2-0 you again on the mainstay objectives we've seen, may not be what you want to see.
Yeah, this is probably going to be one of the more important rounds that we're going to see, because like you said, X13 wins this, they bring us to match point, only one more round away. At least they guarantee themselves overtime if all else fails, but they have to win this first and foremost. If that doesn't happen, then it'll be 5-4. But right now, a lot of players on the side of X13 are stacking up in towards Big Tower. The worst might come into fruition, Scott. You might be a little bit upset with yourself now because there's 4 players outside of Big Tower. We're only missing a 5th one, and he might be joining up the party very soon. I'm not too sure where exactly he is. Oh yeah, he's outside the construction room, probably still droning for his team. It's going to be all 5, Scott. It's your worst nightmare right now, but hopefully X13 can do a slightly better job, because as long as they get this back wall opened up, they'll still have a fighting chance against Tidal's top floor extension.
I think that the one big difference we're seeing is despite them heading over and taking control of Big Tower, they've actually tried to take control of the second floor and actually broken that wall. But unfortunately, you open up that wall and Craze will be taken out because of that, and that's going to be a very unfortunate start to this very tragic round. Craze, who has done their job, technically speaking, but with 2 utility, the 2 nades in pocket, and a very strong rifle in hand, and a player as strong, as clinically talented and proven as Craze has been so far with those 7 frags to their name, that's one you're not going to want to lose. But firefight still attempted to be continued as Habibi looking to maybe try and frag out Unlimited in the process, but they're going to try and go both ways, but it's not going to be either. Packrat is going to get kills onto Snows, and now you've got a Zofia, a Nomad, and an Ash. You've got a very aggressive lineup, but you have no Hard Breach in your pocket, nothing but soft denial, and you've got to get into this objective. Waltz is holding that kitchen doorway, maybe a chance to go through. Concussive Blast dropped out as well, and Packrat's holding an angle to maybe deny, but Reedsing by Split also has an angle. Who might need to look away. Retina's gone as well for Packrat, but they aren't jumping in off of that. They'll find one through the floor. Packrat finding another.
Oh my God!
3K to their name as they connect. David finds Resync by Split, but it's still Packrat to their name, a revolver in hand, but it's looking like David might go for the rotation around the desk. But this is going to be X-Stars up top looking to deny. There's nothing X13 can bring to the table at this current moment that's going to bring him back into this round besides a miracle.
David in a 1v4, he's got a lot to do. Packrat looking for a 4K here, gets aggressive on the back doorway. He's just waiting for David to make one minor slip up, and there we have it! Packrat almost guaranteeing himself the ace, but only will miss out on 1 kill for that round. Beautiful play from the Kaid player in the middle of sight, and that will give Tidal their flawless rotation on the defensive side of Oregon.
Man, what a way to start off right there in that round. I mean, we obviously saw Craze go through and lose early on, which is a great start for Tidal to start off, but to start off a rapid level of success for Packrat, which we hadn't seen since, round 2 or round 1, right? I mean, Packrat was a monster early on in the attack in round 1, finding 3 kills for themselves, and now finding and cleaning the 4K. What's left? A 5K, an ace. We've seen the 3, we've seen the 4, bring out the 5. I think we're all wanting to see it. Maybe not so much if you are an X13 fan, maybe not so much if you're playing for them, but I think the viewers here at home or wherever you may be are rooting for a player like this who's gotten the 3, gotten the 4, and just needs to finish off the trifecta of that kill spree. We're going to have to see it's capable of what they're capable of as we head now to the basement objective once again. X13 got, I want to say, trounced, stomped. I mean, there's a lot of words for it to go through. I think Tidal's attack attempt was a little bit more one-sided, but X13's attempt just kind of floundered at the end. They looked like a fish out of water after the initial stages, falling victim to their own 30-second strategy they were playing into. And ultimately, Tidal was able to defend it pretty handily with those toxic babes in the last few moments.
5 seconds remaining.
So far, Scott, fun fact for you, only 1 defensive round has been won in this best of 1, and that was by Tidal. And right now, it's working out quite well for them. We just saw them flawlessly take every single site, backing up what they weren't able to do on the last half. They're following in the footsteps of X13. If they keep this forward momentum in their favor, then they might just take this best of one purely off the fact that they won a singular round that X3 hasn't when they're currently attacking. But there's still plenty of time for that to change, of course. If it even goes 5-5, eventually someone has to bring us to a match point situation, and after that it'll come down to if we'll see a second consecutive round win for either of those teams, or if we go to overtime. That's the really big question that could come out in these next couple of rounds. And right now it's going to be a slow start, so obviously we can't tell anything just yet. Of course, it's the common clear against all the roamers, then maybe go for that destruction on the main hatch, because Craze is still alive to actually do his job, and he'll be doing it quite effectively. So far, nothing too impactful happening yet, but this could lead up to something much more serious moving forward, as now the first round has officially come to an end, or first minute, my mistake.
Now, in terms of what we saw X13 do previously, fella, I want to prod your brain here for a second. What is your preferred attacking route for this basement objective?
Probably small tower, make sure no one's near freezer or roaming in that area, possibly through kitchen, and then also big tower as well. Go for a freezer and big tower sided push, or go through freezer and laundry perhaps, because I feel blue bunker is just a waste of utility, and X13 is doing pretty much just that. So I really like what they're doing right now. They're wasting a decent amount of time, which isn't the end of the world. They just have to win their gunfights when it matters most, and that's going to heavily favor the defensive squad of Tidal, because they have everyone except for X-Stars now sitting pretty in the middle of objective room, as now J-Slime will get the opening frag, but Packrat around the corner, he's still out for blood, moving forward into this 10th round. What a shot across the ways in towards Freezer's stairwell. A second kill now for Packrat. He's now dropping a 10k, and he's out for even more kills, setting himself up for possibly another, and Tidal again still staying afloat after all this aggression coming out by X13.
This could be very devastating. Walt sitting inside a supply closet behind the shield. They don't really have the utility on that laundry site to deal with that if you are X13. You're a player down, but any shot connecting at this point in time could be devastating, but a toxic bait through, Craze through, he finds two to Packrat and Unlimited, now setting themselves up. A toxic bait will be tossed towards Freezer, but a drop now into E-Box on the BB, looking to drop inside, could catch the player, he's not turning, it won't matter, Snows finds Waltz, Reed Sync takes a BB, and the rush from Craze to find the 3K, Reed Sync out for the count, and X13 will find finally an attacking round for themselves.
Wow, that looks so favorable towards Tidal, and X13, specifically Craze, really outperformed himself there. An amazing 3K, and that will finally guarantee themselves match point. They're 1 round away from winning, and Tidal is 2 away from at least bringing us to overtime. They're not even guaranteed a win. This is looking a little bit more hopeless for them now, because they may have won most of their defensive rounds quite flawlessly up until now, but they've got to win these next 2 to make things happen, or they're completely out of luck and they will end up losing, not bringing themselves to a 4th win, and they won't be facing up against Slaughterhouse Bravo. So there's some big shoes to fill for Tidal right now, and I can only hope that they at least get 1 foot in first.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point in time, I think that X13, who's coming off a really successful round win, but one thing I don't like to see, and this is kind of something that I don't want any team to fall into. I don't want any team to rely on one player to pull off miracles. Right now, I want to say Packrat's been doing that for Tidal, but quite honestly, only 1 round has really been dictated by Packrat. Maybe you can qualify the first round as that as well, but I didn't necessarily see the kills Packrat was initiating into, so I can't say for certain it would have gone the other way if Packrat didn't get those, but only 1 round I can really give to Packrat. But for X13, that round's off the back of Craze, and I've seen Craze consistently find double kills, finding lots and lots of impactful frags for themselves to set up rounds, whether they're win or loss. And while J-Slime, who we saw in Kitchen earlier on their defense, who just single-handedly won the round, it wasn't that he carried the round, it's just that Tidal walked into them and they just shot. They just walked in the crosshairs and continued to kill and then hunted. But Craze has been that player that's been standing out as a clutch, as the player with the backpack that his team can hop inside of and just get waltzed through this map and this round. I think I need to see more from the X13 side. Tidal's been looking hot, but maybe this one-round loss will be that deficit to their mentality that will guarantee X13 to have the rest of their team show up.
Yeah, I'm worried. I'm concerned about Tidal because they've been doing so much better now on their defense, but that one hiccup in their entire revenge tour might just be their demise eventually. My mistake on that. But the first minute elapsing now, again, X13 doing the exact same stuff. I mean, it worked out for them the first time, so I don't blame them, but like you mentioned earlier, it really did come down to, for the most part, one impact play, which was Craze with the 3K, so it's going to be a little bit more concerning. If Tidal just plays this a little more conservatively, and they don't allow X13 to get those redeeming kills, then they still have a fighting chance up against this behemoth right now of X13, because like you and I both have said, one round for X13 and this is all over. There will be no more show between these two players, and we'll move on to game number 2 with a semi-different lineup. So I'm, again, very concerned. And now a minute 20 on the clock, even more time ticking down, and now this time, there's no entry so far by X13 just yet. They could have had one, but Reed Sync moved away at just the right time. Now a boatload of utility being tossed out, and still nothing to reap the rewards from that.
Reed Sync finding one. X13 now a player down, but they'll refrag it back out as David finds Resync. And now Packrat, who's trying to play this pillar shot, could get taken out from this construction barrel room, dropping an E-Box. He's going to be able to down Craze, but now with no retinas to their name, could be a bit of a difficult position. Jay Slime not paying attention, but will be felled by X-Stars in the other direction, and now Packrat looking to continue to punish, finding themselves the double, looking for the triple, but can't find it. Snows will get it instead, and now a 1v3. Snows looking to step around this corner. Information has been given away. Will spray to maybe deny the player to stand up and take a shot as well. They're going to have the Selma ready, tossing it now, relegated out from the ADS and turning in both directions. Could be denied quite swiftly as time is running out, and Snows will have to pull off a miracle against these 3 players of this Tidal side. Peeking back towards the side, the wall is over there, unlimited sprays across. Walt will have an opportunity to step up, but it'll be unlimited instead with the 416C. Snows out for the count, and Tidal will bring it one round closer, not liking that last round loss.
There wasn't really anything overly exuberant to highlight there. Just like I said, Tidal just played a little bit more backwards. They didn't overextend completely until they knew it was way too safe to not overextend. It would have been a blunder to not do that. Luckily, Packrat moved in at just the perfect moment there. Especially after that great entry by Reed Sync, he really punished the fact that X13 didn't market off of that utility usage at the right moment. They were a little bit too sluggish from that back stairwell area. So Tidal will reap the rewards of that round. Now, we either go to overtime or we go to a victory. It's a complete coin flip, a 50-50 chance, with Tidal somewhat favoring that coin flip. It may be 50-50, but I don't know. They might be a little bit better in here. They have the defensive side. They've done a very good job so far of defending this top 4 objective room. Players like Waltz and Unlimited have been able to hold down the fort quite effectively, not folding up against X13's aggression that we've seen them perform time and time again. So this could really go either way, to say the least. That's what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you in that aspect. Tidal can really clinch this round here and guarantee them into going to overtime. I think that it could go either way. We've seen that defense has been pretty unilaterally going in the favor of defense. I mean, it's R6. What do we expect, right? Like,
good hit,
it's R6. It's going to be a defensive-sided game. Nothing is going to change about that. The only maps you're going to see any real difference is going to be Coastline, which is heavily frag-centric, which is why you see most teams just ban it out. Nobody likes to play TDM in a, FPS strategy game like R6 is. It's not exactly what you're looking for, but it's a little bit strange to see defense so one-sidedly. Maybe you see one round go across, which we have seen, but even that, it's on average a 4-2 split for that halftime, and right now, X13 could guarantee the 4-2 split for their attacking half, but Tidal looking to make it that 5-1 like we saw X13 do. I mean, this is going to be very difficult right now for Tidal. Everything is on the line now as this match point is coming to the ultimate round here, tying it off as Habibi finds Reed Sync.
It's a lot of pressure for Tidal. And right now, they're falling underneath all that pressure. Craze and Habibi finding 2 impactful entries. There goes Packrat and ReedSync, and already X13 are up 2 separate players. They have so much room to work with. 1:45 on the clock, and they find another kill. Down goes Waltz. It's just up to X-Stars and Unlimited. X-Stars trying to find one, but he won't get it. It's a 1v5 now, as his brethren of Unlimited will be shut down by J-Slime, and now X-Stars all by his lonesome in a 1v4 post-plant. This looks all but over right now for Tidal. There's still a small chance, but a very minor one as well, might I add. He'll wide swing around the main corner in through dorms, but he's not going to find anything. Trying to light up J-Slime. He'll eventually do so, but he won't find a 3K for himself. The clutch will be denied, and X13 will eventually win this one out 7-5.
Man, I said that maybe it was wearing down, the mentality wearing down on top of Tidal. It's exactly what happened. As I look a little bit radio, there we go. I mean, yeah, I mean, it was just like...
Well, my camera just sucks, but yeah,
well,
that was actually concerning.
I just suck. It's fine, yeah. But I just look like that IRL. I just have to load my phone IRL. So
you're on 480p IRL. That one got you good. Damn,
yeah, you got me. No, I mean, Tidal just kind of succumbing to the pressure. I guess when it doesn't say match point at the beginning of every round, they're like, hey, you know, we got wiggle room. But the second that wiggle room is taken away, they win one, but they get trounced on the last. And I don't think it's that X13 played with their food, right? I don't think that was. I think they genuinely were struggling. But it's interesting to see them go through, let the comeback be had, and then just trounce in the last round, become almost completely one-sidedly. It's weird to see that, but ultimately in the end, the 2 undefeated teams now, one leaving victorious and the other one taking themselves an L. But X13 coming out victorious, nearly coming all the way to the overtime, but we'll have to see what the next matches are going to be. Maybe we have one that's even more impactful than this one. Maybe we have one with a lot more frags. Maybe we have one that just is a 7-0 victory. Who knows what's going to happen here? This has been Infernosis and Fellow. We'll see you guys in the next game real soon.
Who the fuck you go to the show with last night?
I didn't go to the show last night.
You ain't got to lie. 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 You ain't Why got to lie?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Upsurge League. My name is not Infernosis, but I will try to do my best impression. Joined here by Not Fellow, and we greatly apologize for the long wait, but we shall not have to wait that much longer. And at least the wait will be somewhat worth it. We have the third and fourth best teams right now in the league currently, Phantom Legion and also Toys, Trust Only Your Squad, going up against one another on one of the most horrible maps in the competitive pool, Cafe.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. Sorry, I can't even bring myself to that level of. I'm just playing. All right, Cafe, my least favorite map on the entire planet, and while we are coming into it a little bit late, as the teams did start, unfortunately, before we had apparently gotten the full motive out of saying we're casting and streaming their game, but nonetheless jumping into it a little bit late, and I'm excited to be able to cast for these teams. I know these teams pretty well. I've seen them going on so far, but to have it come in a little bit late and missing a few rounds, we'll have to try and make up for that level of success. The last time I casted Cafe here, fella, was for a collegiate game, and it was a pretty hype game, so I'm hoping this one will match that level of hype, but we'll have to see if it can. Starting off now on round 4, and we're going to have to see whether or not Toys, who are now down by 1, can manage to make it and tie it up on their defensive half.
Yeah, the round history, round number 1, Kitchen, Toys ended up winning that. Then round number 2 was Bar, Phantom won that. Then Reading Room was the third one. So the holy trinity that we see on Cafe, Phantom ended up winning that one as well, which is why they're up 2-1. So pretty standard stuff, except for the fact that this has been a little bit more of an attacker favorite at best of 1 so far, but obviously that could change now. Maybe that they're now in the spotlight and they've had a couple minutes to have to rejoin into a different lobby. They've kind of lost all their momentum, but hey, I could be completely wrong. But now returning to Kitchen, this has been the site that Toys has actually won so far, and their lineup, it looks to be like they're going to go for a very heavy extension, and what gives that away is the Mute and Mozzie. Cordell on the Mozzie, who, if you guys didn't know, Cordell was popping off last time we saw him in Upsurge.
Yeah, I mean, as we were told here, as we were explained to it, is Cordell had the backpack, much like we saw last game as well. Had the backpack in, put the team inside of it, and despite all of that, dropping a massive load of kills for themselves, were unable to win it in the end. And unfortunately, Toys didn't get that one despite Cordell's massive attempts at bringing it back into it. But nonetheless here, they're down by 1, and this isn't necessarily being down bad, but like you said, the extension that's coming through from this defensive side of Toys will maybe put Phantom in a little bit of a difficult situation about how they want to pressure going forward. You've got to worry about those players on the second floor. You got to worry about the holes in the floorboards. You got to watch your head. You got to be careful about tight angles inside of this bakery side. No one behind the actual bakery station, so you know that you're at least safe to step inside, but who knows what could be happening. You could have a player sitting inside coat check. I do actually think we are going to see a player 10,000 IQ as they rotate over to it. I'm on top of my game for this one.
Soft, the wall currently is from Prep. That's a little bit concerning, and Phantom Legion is taking full advantage of it. They just walk right into Bakery uncontested. Selma's being deployed on the main wall from Bakery as well. This is looking to be a very strong start so far, Phantom Legion. They haven't lost anybody just yet. A small gun engagement will occur between Cordell and the player of Trist through a tight angle all the way between Bakery into that little coat check area from 2 separate walls. But so far, no one has guaranteed themselves a kill just yet. 1:40 now on the clock. And Phantom Legion, they haven't done any roam clearing just yet. There is Buzz up above trying to find some shots onto anybody that will run in front of his gunfire, but so far has not been lucky in that factor just yet. He'll claim a little bit of damage onto Matt Bonger and eventually claim that headshot onto the roaming Mute. Now the man advantage favoring Phantom Legion, a nice double kill by Buzz, but eventually Cordell will find some success. Trist following up though, headshot onto Facian, a 2K for Trist, and around the corner comes Bait, finishing off Cordell. Phantom Legion take the 4th round, now bringing us 3-1 all of a sudden.
They're looking hot right now. I know we've only seen them for one round, but they're looking hot right now. I mean, they've got a lot of contention that's coming forward. Phantom Legion are doing a phenomenal job of winning fights, and you saw the Nitrocell kill come through, but they didn't need to put as much of a heavy presence into trying to clearing that second floor. They're just catching the Toys players off guard just outside window leading outside a train. I mean, that's not a good position to be in if you're Toys. You're overextending, peaking a situation you shouldn't. You lose control of where you are because of that. That's not where you want to be. So Phantom Legion looking exceptionally spicy for themselves right now, taking a 2-round lead over their competitor here of Toys. And I'm currently liking what we're seeing now. We're heading to that third floor objective, and we are seeing Matt Bonger bring out the Maestro. This meatball-wielding man with the evil eyes is able to take such a high presence by placing an evil eye inside right next to the objective, rotating over, sitting inside of Cocktail 2, having such a large presence with the Alta, and just spraying down absolutely everything. Phantom Legion are going to have their work cut out for them to try and deny that player. Maybe pray for a nade of Giorno.
The Echo as well. There's plenty of plant denial, the smoke, the Maestro, the Yokais. This is a lot of utility that Phantom Legion is going to have to worry about. Not so much in the first minute, but the last minute to half a minute. That's where these devices are going to matter most. What they're probably going to have to go through is this pixel extension, both the Wamai and Jaeger using their own utility to help out in that part of the map on the western side, along with a deployable shield by Jordan, or Jardan, however you want to pronounce it. I'll probably stick with Jordan to simplify things. So, okay, I guess I have to call it Jardan. Well, thanks for ruining that one, Grant, but hey, thank you for... at least I won't make a mistake further on. But anyways, I'm sorry, okay? All right, you know what? Just take it away, Scott. I need a minute, apparently. I need a minute.
His dad has cracked down on Feller at this stage in time, and he's at a loss for words. Embarrassed, maybe, is the word for it.
Yeah,
SMH my head all around. But no, nonetheless, Jardan, with the Toxic Babes in hand, needing to stay alive for a large portion of this round, if Toys is able to keep them alive, that's for the better, but they're going to lose Cordell early. Trist finding it through a window, giving that position away, and now continuing to remove out the information that Toys has available to them, but the problem still remains for Phantom. You've got to worry about the Maestro with the Alta. You've got to worry about the Yokai drone. You've got to worry about the Toxic Babes. So much utility that's used to slow down. But Jardan finding a kill with the SMG-11 to JB. They'll find a second. Phaeton finding Giorno. But it's Buzz continuing the spree before being felled by Jardan themselves. And the 2v3 underway. Phaeton turning around. Jardan triple kill. And now bait out for the count. It's just Trist, the player who found Cordell in the outside window, looking to maybe continue to find and punish out. But it's not looking hot. They'll get a couple tags into Jardan's feet, but with 1 minute and 23 seconds left and only one player alive, Phantom Legion have seemingly succumbed to the pressure in this round.
They just walked into sight, and they didn't think anything bad was going to happen. Well, no, Jardan was just hitting his shots, a 3K for him so far, and he's looking for a fourth one to wrap things up. There's still a minute on the clock. Trist can win this, but it's going to be very difficult to do so. Wide swing around the corner will shut down one. There goes your player of Cat on the Wamai, a 2K now for Trist, but he's got to find a quad kill of his own if he wants to clutch this one out. He still has to find the player of Phaeton and also Jardan. Toxic Babe comes out. It'll impair Trist's vision, causing him to rotate around, and now a Yokai will disable him for a little while longer. He is just getting bulldozed by utility right now and can't really do much about it other than just walking in through the fire and flames, or in this instance, the Toxic Babes and Yokai drones, and Jardan will get the 4K to wrap things up. A nice clean kill with the SMG-11 for the 7th time, and now we finally see Toys reclaim a round for themselves, 3-2.
Will they tie it up that 3-3? I think that's like the big question at the moment. Jardan with a spectacular round that we just saw. The SMG-11 doing so well for themselves. I think that we're going to need to see whether or not Toys can tie it back up, and it's going to be an interesting decision across the board. I think from what I'm seeing there from that overlay that just came across the screen, it seems to have been kills that have guaranteed no real objective play to guarantee a round, just based on kills. But as of the current moment, I think that with how frag heavy and how quickly the rounds are ending, I think that we're seeing teams that really kind of like TDM, and a map like Cafe is an interesting one to kind of think about when you think of TDM. It's not really TDM centric. There's a lot of strategy behind Cafe, a lot of pacing that comes through about taking and controlling that third floor, dropping down into Stairwell, taking control of Cigar Lounge, and trying to work your way through 90 and Pixel, and trying to take control of that third floor and work your way downward. But we're not seeing any of that really consistently. Phantom Legion, at least what we saw there on that third floor, they stepped in, got shut down, and all of that presence that was on that eastern veranda as they repelled inward was just denied, substantially so. But Phantom Legion, they've won this one before. Toys opting to go back seems a little bit different, I guess you would say, but Phantom Legion won this one pretty darn handily for themselves. Maybe Toys has an answer that they didn't have previously.
I think the biggest issue right now is just players like Cordell just are not fragging out. I mean, we talked about him earlier before the match even technically started for the viewers. He had around 15 kills, give or take, on a different match a little while ago, and now he's going 1 and 2, not including the stats before we started. Towards round number 4, he hasn't really done a lot. Neither have players like Cat. The only thing Cordell's really done is take a lot of damage by somebody on the opposite side for Phantom Legion, so he's one shot away from death. He's got to play so conservatively now, and that's what you do not want to have towards one of your most important players when it comes to finding out kills, and Phantom Legion so far are taking full advantage of this lack of defense by Toys. They have control of Bakery. They're going to get ready to have that main wall and Bakery opened up. We're seeing history repeat itself, Scott, except now Toys is in an even more difficult position. I think the only difference right now is that we haven't seen any entries by Buzz just yet, but it will be Trist to take the spot of Buzz instead as he rips the player of Jarden out of the equation, one of the most important players from the last round.
Man, that's going to be a devastating loss for Toys to start this round off, but they have bought a minute of time before the death was felled. But now you need to just stay alive because they're hunting Giorno, finding Phaeton, and now a 5v3 underway. Still Cordell inside of Kochek, maybe trying to catch a player off guard from a long shot angle, but the problem still remains. Phantom Legion could get a possible plant if they just head into corner pocket. But Cat is also watching this angle. Too much of this Toys defense is situated inside of that pocket. Trist steps in to find Cat. JB finds Cordell. That's that eastern side, sorry, western side cleared out. And now it's just Matt Bonger on the second floor. He tags some shots into the Ash player below of Buzz, but it's not enough yet to kill. And it's going to be JB planting the diffuser. We actually see an objective go down at this stage in time. Time officially ticking for Trist. But it's looking, sorry, not for Trist, for Matt Bonger, but Trist is looking to stop the time and try to get the kill. Knows and nods the head, is aware, and is just gonna get the kill. Toying with their food. Phantom Legion win round 6. This one even more flawless, literally flawless, than the round previously.
3K as well for Trist. He found a player pretty much everywhere. One guy, middle of red stairwell, one in the middle of sight, and then one up above trying to perform the vertical angles, but it wasn't enough in the 1v5 post plant. And Phantom Legion just asserting their dominance against Toys, and Toys has just, they've just become docile. They've submitted to that dominance, and so far it worked out perfectly for Phantom Legion, literally and figuratively, because now they're 4-2 moving into the defensive side, the exact opposite of what normally happens on Cafe, and they've been mopping the floor so far against Toys. Maybe we'll see a little bit more success favoring Toys, as now we're in a completely new direction. Now they're on the attacking side instead of the defensive side, but normally it's the exact opposite, like I said. Normally, Cafe is much more defender favored, and right now we haven't seen that happen.
I think maybe a difficulty coming from Toys on their defense, maybe Phantom Legion's aggressive nature, their unbridled level of aggression we've been seeing them bring to the table is just catching Toys off guard. Maybe they're just not equipped to deal with that level of aggression, and Phantom Legion are continuing to punish them forward. But take a look over on this side. We know that Valkyrie was left unbanned, but the Valkyrie coming out here on a Cafe, that's massive amounts of information that can be brought to the table. And for a third floor objective like this, there's the Maestro. You see Bait rocking this one out, and while they haven't had the most spectacular in terms of kills for the rounds that we've watched so far, that's utility, that's information, that's unrivaled in terms of Cafe. You cannot go a map like this without having a Maestro on this third floor. If a Maestro is banned, then defense evens up Ridiculously so. You're going to see a lot of attack rounds actually get won out because Maestro not being allowed to be played makes it more difficult for the defense to actually play in a way that's, you know, not their usual style. So with that in the table and with them having a pretty aggressive information style defense, only really lacking Mozzie, I would say, but I think that Phantom Legion have really pocketed themselves in a way to punish Toys even further.
Yeah, they have so much utility that Toys has to now go through, and it's not just little things, but no way, Tris! What? How do you win that gunfight? Cordell just hashtag down bad for Cordell right now. How do you lose that gunfight? Tris he just mopped the floor. He slapped Cordell's gun right out of his hands and said, "No, you, LOL." And now Phantom Legion has the man advantage, and he gets away basically scot-free. Oh my goodness. We just caught that in 4K, Scott. We caught the man.
The man's has been called out. Oh my goodness, that is devastating. Trist, I don't know how you get to live through that. I genuinely think Cordell was thinking that I can just look at the man and not shoot, you know? I can just stand there and kind of play my own game and kind of size of the shot and then the turn, but JB, look at it. JB, looking at him. No, it finds the kill. 4v4 now. Oh, it's Phantom Legion. They show up immediately with a Trist kill on the turn, and now JB can't get a kill on the turn. And Toys are able to even it back out, but this time around, as Phaeton finds the kill, they won't take any damage in the process. Trist still at about 3 or 4 HP. Not looking hot for Phantom Legion, but Toys have a lot of utility like we've been talking about. They still have to get through.
After a series of just unfortunate and fortunate events, we now bring ourselves to a 4-on-4 with 50 seconds on the clock. Plenty of utility to spare on both sides, but this will greatly favor Phantom Legion. Some Selmas being deployed on the back wall. They're not going to get that much for now for sightlines, but Phaeton will get a kill regardless. Finally, though, that second wall being opened up to the left of the other Selma will give it a little bit better for Toys, but there's still players like Buzz not really concerned about it, and also G Orno in the way back. They're contesting this angle right now. Triss gets a trade on a cat. Things are still looking pretty decent for Phantom Legion. They only have to stall for about 10 more seconds, or now 13, I should say. Great trade comes out by Twist yet again. Now a 2-on-2. He's just in the middle of sight. He's not being contested whatsoever. A quad kill now for Trist. Can he get the ace? He just has to find one more. Matt Bongers will deny the ace, but he can't win the 1v1 against Giorno. He'll win that confrontation with the SMG-11 at hand. A beautiful trade, and that will guarantee Phantom Legion their 5th round win.
Oh my goodness, Trist. Just that entire round for Trist is just debilitating for Toys. I mean,
you know
that is a raid boss to face off against.
You know what, Scott? I hate to cut you off because I really do enjoy working with you, but if Cordell just simply hit his shots, that could have been a completely different round.
That would have been a Toys round, yeah.
Toys could have won that. Yes, they could have won that because they would have had way more people underneath watching for a flank coming out by the other defender of JB. I mean, he still died, but maybe it would have been a different death, I suppose, but still, so much happened right there for Trist. He got a 4K, almost an ace. If he wasn't on 1 health, he could have gotten the 5K. And I mean, that's such an upset for Toys because now they're in a 3-round deficit. That's brutal, man.
Man, I mean, the fact of the matter is Cordell, I don't know if this is actually the case, but it looked like they were toying with their food. I mean, they had their finger on the crosshair on the player for so long before the shots were even taken, and Trist was able to hit the shots, and narrowly survive, and then find 3 more on top of it, nearing the ace.
5 seconds left.
Raid boss. That's what it comes down to. You think about like what the difficulty is now as Toys is looking up at this. This is an Andre the Giant moment, like Princess and the Bride kind of style. I mean, you look up at that and it's just you stare and you just, what do you do? I mean, it's an unbridled, unparalleled wall in front of you. You have to somehow climb that wall and get over it. But Trist, who's 11-2-2, and this is for getting the first 3 rounds that happened without us knowing what is going on for Phantom Legion. Trist is on a rampage and cannot be stopped.
Toys is just out of their element, and it's really upsetting. I'm a big fan of Toys, I'm not gonna lie, but hey, Phantom Legion, you gotta give him credit where credit is due, and finally, the reign of terror by Trist will now come to an end, as Facian will shut him down before he can find another huge pick onto a player like Cordell, for example. Toys will take that man advantage and already start on that vertical play. 2 minutes on the clock. This is a very quick and effective roam clear, and it's going to work out perfectly for them. Cordell finally picking up his own pace. He picks up a frag onto Giorno, now a 5-on-3, and the tables have in fact finally turned a full 180 degrees as even more vertical play is pursuing now. Toys, they're in an amazing spot right now, Scott.
They're looking spicy. And right now, Toys are trying to continue to punish, like you said, Trist out. And that's that raid boss, the wall. They've now passed over this. If you're a hiker, if you're, I don't know, a climber or something like that, you've getting yourself over that first hump, the big hill in front of you. And now it seems to be just all downhill from here onwards. Toys can snowball their way further into this round, but Phantom Legion, they're going to still continue to put up a fight. They'll start off with a kill from Buzz into Cordell. Now with 3v3s, he comes up the steps and finds Cat as well. Red Stairs, not the place to be if you're Toys right now, but we're tied back in this 3v3 situation, and they're still holding strong, but it'll be Phaeton to find the kill onto JB, a 2v3, but Buzz continuing the prowl, jumps down, can't find it. Phaeton with a 3k and a Buzz, and a 1v3 left as Bait is the last player standing for Phantom Legion. Insurmountable odds at this point in time, but if Trist can do it at 4 HP, Bait can do it at 100 as a player comes closer and closer to this white staircase. The audio cue may be there for Bait. They're trying to watch a crossfire long angle towards maybe Freezer's side, maybe stop them from stepping directly inward, but Toys is not acting despite there being such a short period of time. Bait taking damage from White Stairs, rotating back towards the objective. A ping has gone out from a teammate to cut off, and they're inside. Phaeton cleans up and secures, I believe, the 4K for themselves as they'll clean off Bait in a spectacular fashion.
Phaeton clapping back with a 4K of his own. I mean, he was just there at the perfect moment every single time, not missing out on a single opportunity, and Toys will guarantee themselves their third round win. Impressive comeback after such a devastating blow by Phantom Legion, and now we're going to head to Reading Room. A completely different site compared to Kitchen. We're definitely going to see that extension up above near the back area of Lounge on the 3rd floor. There's players like Trist, of course, plenty of Nitro cells at hand, about 3 in total, and Toxic Babe. So plenty of utility to stall the extension up above, or the roam clear, I should say, along with the extension by Phantom Legion, and also the plant, which could possibly go down in towards Reading Room, because we all know with the shotgun holes that get made in towards Fireplace, it's basically one gigantic kill box, and you're basically signing your own death certificate if you want to enter that room from train in through the actual Fireplace itself. It's not a good idea. Just don't do it.
Yeah, I think there becomes a bit of a problematic issue to come to the table now. Phantom have to kind of change it up. They're going to be heading over to this tertiary objective here on this 2nd floor, and maybe they'll find more success here than they found on that Kitchen side, because honestly, Kitchen has not looked hot for any of the defensive sides. I think that attack is pretty much kind of just secured it every single time. We don't know the first 3 rounds, of course, but genuinely speaking, for what we have seen, Kitchen's kind of bad. Defense took the first Kitchen, so we did actually see Kitchen be won once, but then was immediately turned around and shredded twice. I mean, in all honesty, Kitchen, statistically speaking, at this point in time, has not been looking hot for defense. So Phantom Legion, not wanting to try it again, not playing the same objective twice, which I'm a big stickler for. I don't think you should ever play the same objective twice because it breeds that level of complacency, but right now, picking up a tertiary objective and hoping that maybe this is the answer. But a quick rush from Toys may just catapult them into another round loss. And when Cordell's able to pick up an early frag onto JB like that, Phantom Legion have a lot of questions that still need to be answered.
One of your 3 C4s down as well. Not the best person to die off the bat, but it's okay as long as they get a trade at some point in time. Trist taking a little bit of damage as well, not setting himself up in the best of positions either. Toys could bring this back into a 5-on-3 very soon, and they only have a handful of players actually roam clearing up above. They're more or less going in towards the middle floor first, but now they're beginning to reposition themselves to try to eliminate players like Triss, for example, who is sitting quite comfortably in the middle of lounge at this very moment. But he's beginning to position himself in towards pallets. Instead, he's a little undecisive. Maybe he'll backpedal once we head towards about a minute 20 on the clock. Who really knows? But Toys still trying to get that map control up above, because once they have that in their hands, they can start doing the vertical play, getting sight lines into the actual bomb rooms, and then possibly go for a plant and have perfect coverage for those next 40-ish seconds, give or take, and that should guarantee them their 4th round win. But before they can do any of that, they have to clear out up above, and right now they have not been able to do that and only have a little bit more time to work with.
Ooh, a kill dropping. Phaeton finding Trist, a 3v5 in play, and Phantom Legion are in desperation, dire straits at this moment in time. It's not boding well for them so far, and it's going to get even worse as Matt Bonger finds Bates. And now it's just Giorno and Buzz, the last two standing. It's a clash of titans at this stage in time, but they're finding one tap. SMG-11 from Giorno into Cordell. Damage coming through as Buzz finds Phaeton, and they're looking to continue going in. Buzz missing shots to Jordan. Unfortunate, but Matt Bonger will not miss the shots. Instead, Giorno out for the count, and Toys will take another round victory here in a pretty one-sided fashion.
That could have been winnable, don't get me wrong, by Phantom Legion, but it was still a huge task to overaccomplish, so it did make sense that Toys won that. It was a 5-on-2 after all. Those are almost impossible to win unless you have the Goga and Pengu duo going in the 5-on-2s, because those guys were unstoppable back in the day. But anyways, a little bit sidetracking. Now moving into Bar and Cocktail, we haven't seen that many sites work out all that well at the current moment. Toys, they won Kitchen round number 8, and round number 9, they had a fantastic job on Reading Room. So now we're heading to the last bomb site, because you don't go mining in Fireplace. That's a big no-no. But right now, wow, okay. Every time, well, all right, thank you. I guess yeah, that's fair. But hey, the diffuser was down. That's a good point. But now moving into Bar, again, a little bit more different to actually attack this bomb site. We're going to see somewhat of a pixel extension once again, but Phantom Legion, they're kind of losing a lot of their forward momentum, to say the least. They haven't been doing as well as I anticipated they were. Toys have definitely dug themselves out of this ditch they were in a couple of rounds prior.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of do have to dig your way out of the hole that you made, and Toys dug themselves a pretty deep one. So it's going to be pretty difficult for them to kind of decide what they need to do going forward. Phantom Legion, now at an objective they feel a little bit more comfortable on, as we know previously, and maybe that's the difference maker here. Maybe Phantom Legion take another sweep and then go to match point, but if Phantom Legion continues to fail on every other objective choice on this map, Toys can and will bring it into an overtime situation. And that's exactly what the opposite of what you want if you're Phantom Legion. You don't want to have it go all the way. You don't want to take so many rounds back to back on attack of all sides and throw it on your defensive half. That's the exact opposite of what you need. So unfortunately for Phantom Legion, they're fighting a bit of an uphill battle despite being a round ahead. Toys has momentum, and they're continuing to act on top of it. I think we've seen a lack of, I guess, firepower from Phantom at this point in time.
Yeah, first minute being burned off the clock now, and Toys a little bit slower than anticipated, but now they're starting to get the red wall opened up, and they have one player in the middle of Cigar, so it's not all that bad, but of course, they have to worry about the players underneath. You have JB, for example, Buzz kind of in between the half and half of White Stairwell. Maybe he can go push around for a flank, but who really knows? They haven't really cleared out anybody underneath just yet. They're really heavily worrying about this top floor rush coming on out in through Cigar, and that might end up biting them in the behind later on. But what an amazing wallbang coming out by Faden, but he doesn't expect a second, so a trade immediately comes back out, and JB, oh my goodness, what a shot on a Cordell. Matt Bongers will get a trade, but absolutely amazing marksmanship by JB. Things evened on up, but Phantom Legion still have a fighting chance to win this round. They just have to survive for a little while while longer. Buzz picks up a huge frag on him at Bongers. Now in a 3-on-2, Phantom Legion reclaiming the man advantage, only having to stall for about 45 more seconds, and they have more than enough utility to do just that.
With only 40 seconds on the clock, and now 3 kills, 4 kills for JB! Phantom Legion brought themselves back into it, denying a bit of a comeback. They're going to put a little bit of a band-aid on the wound, and this one's no Hello Kitty one. This is a name brand sticky band-aid of all band-aids, the ones you put on your knee when you scrape it and trip at the playground. One of those big patches. When you have a round one so spectacularly with a player coming off so well like that, I'm getting flashbacks to Trist. That was spicy in its own way, but nonetheless, Toys, they are going to their tried and true objective that they've won here on attack already, this kitchen service and kitchen cooking objective, and quite frankly, Phantom Legion looked, for a lack of a better term, bad on this objective for defense. I mean, Toys did as well initially, or for the 2 rounds we saw from them. We apparently missed something spectacular, a miracle on the first round that they played that, but I think that Phantom Legion have to change it up entirely. They can't do any of what they did previously, because not only did they lose it, they lost it in a pretty devastating fashion. Phantom Legion have an opportunity to end it all on match point, but Toys, they're going to be able to do 2 objectives back-to-back that statistically they've looked hot on for attack.
They've been able to remove the roamers, get that vertical play down, and get some type of entry frag all in the first minute of the round when attacking kitchen. At least the last time they attacked it. That's pretty damn impressive, Scott. And if they keep that amount of aggression on probably one of the, if not the best site on Cafe currently in this meta, I don't see what's stopping them from at least bringing a 7-5 with Phantom Legion winning. I hate to say that as a Debbie Downer, but hey, I mean, at least they'll get a 5th round win and bring it 1 round away from overtime. But this one, I feel, as long as Toys doesn't make any huge errors on this round, they'll at least bring us a 6-5. But as of right now, no one really overextending. It looks like Phantom Legion's playing this very reclusively. There's obviously still roamers, of course. You cannot have 0 roamers, but no one's extending up on a 3rd floor, and Toys will notice that almost immediately. Because of that, they're not going to waste a lot of time going all the way up above near the hatches. Instead, they'll probably just attack directly from mining window, for example, or somewhere from that direction, or all the way up above still regardless. Apparently I'm wrong on that read, but that's just because of an incredibly deep angle by Phaeton to try to catch somebody off guard near the bar stairwell.
I really like that angle. I really like that angle.
I've never seen that, actually.
That's really good. That's a very dirty angle, honestly.
I'm gonna write that down.
That's pretty impressive. Go ahead and mark that down. Make sure to copy the notes over and send them to me as well. But
I'll make it. I'll draw it out too.
Yeah, make sure. I want a full-fledged diagram as well. For criminal justice in class, we have multiple diagramming stages you have to do. I want all 5. But we're going to need more, and we're going to need some body bags as well for criminal justice, because Trist finding out Cordell, removing them from this round. And with a 1.5 minutes left here on the board, Toys is going to be fighting an uphill battle. We do have a player inside of this walk-in closet. Sorry, not walk-in, check-in. And it's going to be an interesting decision. It's going to take a step out into the hallway. Trist, I believe, is that player. But when you've still got Phaeton, who's been doing super well in clearing these floors of this stage, you got to find an answer. Trist finding Cat with a Nitro, but Matt Bonger finds Trist with a refrag. And now you've stopped the bleeding, but you're still at a man disadvantage. Phantom have time on their side with a minute left. Toys could be looking for trouble here. This could be the decider round, the match point scenario where Phantom Legion can end it all against this Toys assault.
Toys, they still have to clear out the player of Smoke. JB sitting in the middle of VIP right now. He's wasting so much time, and he has the backup of Buzz. Jarden will win his gunfight, but Matt Bongers will not do the same thing. Luckily, though, Jarden picks up the slack now for a second time. We're down to 30 seconds. A 1v2 almost happening, but Phaeton will remain alive for a little while longer. But still, Phantom Legion in the perfect position to take this one away. Bait watching the back of Giorno, and Giorno holding down a tight angle with that Mossberg shotgun. Phaeton will win his gunfight, and that's perfect coverage for Jarden. A 3K to wrap things up, and Toys will remain in the fight for one more round at the very least.
Oh my goodness, you missed those shots. You miss those shots, mate, and ultimately it bites you. Well, I guess it doesn't bite you in the rear. You get shot in the face, but it bites your teammate in the rear as they got rushed from the other side. They know you died from that initial push coming inwards from hallway, and because they didn't have somebody to watch their back, they had to turn around and didn't get to watch theirs again. The drop down from Freezer. Ooh, looking spicy in all the wrong ways if you're a Phantom Legion fan, but despite Triss dropping 13 and Phaeton dropping 11, it's still anyone's game. Toys with a 1-round differential now, and Phantom Legion is forced to head to Reading Room and Fireplace. This is not a good position to be in, quite honestly. Phantom Legion, you've got to change up not just one thing, but almost everything, because they devastated you the last time we saw you trying to defend this objective.
This is the second time that we've seen Phantom Legion defend this bomb site. They've attacked it a couple of times, obviously, but now defending it for the second time. The first time they defended it, you're right, Scott. They were just demolished by Toys. It was a 5-on-2 post plant. I mean, that, like I said a couple rounds ago, basically impossible to win that. And Phantom Legion, it for the most part looks like they're doing just about the exact same thing. No Mutant Mozzie, instead they will substitute for a Goyo so they can bring even more C4s, which I like. But I honestly feel like that wasn't the biggest issue, that vertical play. It was more or less just losing their general gunfights, not so much the vertical play that was given after those said gunfights. So it's going to come down to more or less pure mechanical skill, not so much that vertical play. But hey, maybe they'll just play incredibly conservatively and instead just use the boatload of C4s that they have to. Instead of getting those gunfights where they expect to lose, they'll just compensate with just blowing people up from underneath. That could be a better idea too, I suppose.
And one of my favorite defensive strategies for the third floor is to see a Yokai Echo come into play, right? And they use an Echo drone to see where they are on the roof, and then somebody else with coordinated information will blow the nitro cell they have, and they'll throw it onto the bottom of that hatch above stairs. And they'll use the Yokai to sneak out some information going through Skylight, and you can bust it. I've only seen it work once ever, and I've only ever seen it used 3 times. But that is like the one redeeming factor of Cafe for me. That play is one of the most disgusting plays I've ever witnessed in my life. I'm really upset we haven't seen either side really attempt that, but nonetheless, I'm seeing a complete lack of a Maestro. I know we're not on the third floor, but obviously wanting to play a little bit more secure. They're picking up a Goyo and a Vector on the field. We've got the Mute Jammers to cut off information, and you still have a insanely heavy roam presence team, which is pretty paramount when you're defending Cafe, and especially defending the second floor. But I think Phantom Legion need to get an early pick, if not 2, if they want any chance to deny Toys from taking this round.
And so far, they have not found jack squat. They eventually get something, though, right as I mentioned, the lack of kills or even map control. Map bongers will get the entry, but there's only a minute left on the clock, and right now, Toys doesn't really look like they have a proper point of direction to go from just yet. They haven't cleared out the roamers up above. They're just kind of sitting in the back near red stairwell, just waiting for something to happen. They spot out the roaming Valkyrie player of Triss. They might try to cover off that rotation by Valkyrie, maybe make things a 5-on-3. Then they could become a little bit more aggressive in this position. But right now, Triss is doing the correct play. He's wasting time against Phaeton. Both of these top fraggers basically sacrificing themselves, but it's a perfect cutoff by Toys as Cordell shuts down Triss on another rotation. Now bringing things in a 5-on-3. The only thing favoring Phantom Legion is the fact that they have so much time to work with, and still 1 C4 in the hands of Bait. This could still work out perfectly for them, but that C4 has to be used to deny the plant, and right now there is no plant going down just yet. It wants to be confirmed. Buzz gets 1, C4 being denied by a shot, so there is nothing left they can do except go for the gun engagements, but so far everyone's chipping in. Bait with a 2K, Giorno gets a headshot on a Cordell, but Phaeton will trade things out. It won't be enough though. Giorno with a nice 3K with the SMG-11 brings us to a GG 7-5. It doesn't matter how well Toys can come back, the Legion will still remain on top.
Man, that is such 480p. Oh, that is such a devastating round loss if you are Toys.
My camera.
They should have had that. I mean, quite honestly. I mean, Toys should have won that. I mean, that was theirs to win. And I think one of the big factors we saw, the reason why Phantom Legion was able to come out victorious and and win it out here was because of their ability to force toys to step upwards. They distracted them for so long by having their players be situated elsewhere, and while they did die in the process, they were valid. They were actually impactful, not really for the other team besides just being a kill and another player at the board. They were impactful because they kept the other people away from trying to clear that third floor and gain sightlines into the objective from above. And that was everything. They didn't have a way to deny the 3 players anchoring on site, and those 3 players were able to hold their own in a last-ditch effort. They Alamoed up in that room, and they managed to actually win it unlike that. So, I mean, pretty good job from them. I think that Phantom Legion didn't deserve that round win, but they pulled a miracle, and it looked spectacular.
Time was just on their side. That's the best way to put it. Toys was just sitting around twiddling their thumbs for way too long. That's the biggest problem with Cafe, is it's a map where you can make that mistake so many times and you do not have that luxury to compensate for it. Even if you're incredibly gifted on your own mechanical skill, it's one of the most difficult maps to do that. There's 3 floors. It's incredibly dense on almost every single room. It's just you can't do it. You can't make up the time. Can't make it. Stuck. On my way, son. But enough joking and bantering aside, that probably makes most of you in chat cringe. We'll go into a minor break. Most games are probably almost done, so we might come back sooner than expected, and then we'll get into the third and final game of this evening.
Hopefully sooner than the last one.
I hope so.
quite like you. No, nobody does it 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 quite like you. Nobody does it quite like you.
let's get right into the matchup here. Fellow, of course, joining me here, Infernosis, right down here. Twitter, just saying. But nonetheless, going forward into this one, a great match we've got going to. Really excited to bring forward this one to you guys. Synthetic versus No Shakes, which is the, pivotal Braction pickup team. And we're going to a pretty fun map as well, if I am correct about that. We'll see that one as well come up on the map bands, but we'll see how that will fare out. It's probably not Cafe, which means it is a fun map. Just saying, but nonetheless, fellow, how excited are you about this?
Man, I'm beyond excited at this point. I have not commentated for a Braction pickup team in quite a while, and it's good to have them back in some degree. And also the same thing goes for Synthetic. They're both very good teams. They're not at the top of the food chain, but they're also not at the runt of the litter. So it's going to be a very fair match, to say the least, and there's a lot of stakes on these matches. If they don't do so well these next couple of games, this one included, then one of these teams will be deregulated from the entire regular season of Upsurge. So a lot is on the line. And so far, the map bans kind of highlight that. What was that?
It could be do or die.
Exactly. And right now, a lot of maps are being just dying currently. Chalet, Consulate, Cafe, and Villa. Also Coastline. So that leads us with, sadly, no Chalet. One of our favorite maps. Very aggressive as well, but Coastline still remains undefeated in that factor. But it's all up to Oregon and Clubhouse will be our matchup. So thank God no Oregon, because that would have probably made me cry on the inside, to be honest with you, Scott.
To do it again, Actually, to be fair, I actually really like Oregon. I know that Chief isn't a big fan of Oregon, but who's a fan of Chief's opinion about that, right? Like, he only plays with the SMG-11. He doesn't know already.
He's not here to defend himself. We can make as much fun. Yeah, we can make all the fun that we want from him.
So it's fine.
Oh, yeah, it's happening.
Easy. No, I actually kind of like Oregon. I think there's a lot of versatility in terms of ways to attack, how you move forward. It is a little bit boring in some teams. Some just don't really change it up. They don't bring any spice to the situation. But Clubhouse, this one you don't see very much change either, but quite honestly, you still find fruitful success, and it's difficult. Every single objective is difficult. So you've got the basement, but you've got to worry about that hatch. You've got to worry about, Habana tricking that out. You can impact your way through it and trick it out, or just give it up. I think that's what a lot of teams really do. You just kind of have to fight it for as much as possible and give up. You got to worry about Dirt Tunnel. You got to worry about Blue. You got to worry about them stepping down Central Stairs. And then when it comes to that second floor of Cash Room and CCTV, we're seeing as seasons progress onward, that objective going more and more in favor of attackers as the game progresses onward, which is an interesting statistic that I don't actually have anything way to cite out the source I saw for it, but I heard the source from a trusted source, so,
It makes sense, and there's probably a really good reason for that. It's the fact that most of the time, you can't ban both Thatcher and Maverick, and now they're both way too strong to be kept on the board, and that basically just leaves bandit tricking as not an option anymore. We saw so much of that happening, even at the highest level of Rainbow Six competitive. And it's a thing of the past. It's non-existent. So now the platinum wall, as most people call it, gets opened up in the first minute of the round, whether it be via a Thatcher and an Ace, or a Maverick and a Sophia, or an Ash. It's only a matter of when and how, and it's basically the first minute every single time. So once that happens, you make a rotate into construction, you get that double pincer maneuver, and it's just a death trap. There's nothing that the defenders can do. It's basically a free round win unless they just win their gunfights. And I feel like Clubhouse has not been the only map that succumbed to more of an attacker-favored meta. We're slowly pushing away from the 20-second meta, like I've said. It's already happened a season or two ago. This is now the second or third season where we're technically not in the 20-second meta, but now we're really, and I mean really, pushing away from that, especially with even newer maps being added into the pool, such as Chalet.
Yeah, and I think checking our watches here, fellows, and we near closer and closer. I think we're actually
I can't read this
hitting
thing.
siege o'clock here. Now, I know you can't read your clock. That's really fine, as illiterate people are, but I think it is about biliterate. It's not biliterate. This is an inside joke between us two. That's not how that works, fellow. It's just not how that works in the slightest. No, we are. It's time for siege. I'm predicting for the ban phase here on the attack. I'm saying probably Habana. I mean, just get that one out of the equation. Secondary person, maybe go for a it's so difficult to decide here. It's a Thatcher, right? I mean, it's a Thatcher and then a Hibana attack, right?
Yeah, I'm quite concerned because that might not happen, and yeah, it's gonna be Capital. I'm gonna be honest though, I didn't think it'd be Capital. I thought it'd be maybe the Maverick and not the Thatcher instead, but still pretty way off. Now, we could still have that Hibana ban, and if that's the case, it's still gonna have Thatcher and Maverick on the board, and that actually is the case, but I don't blame them. Having a Hibana on the board basically makes it impossible to keep the hatch inside of Kitchen or Moto closed. So you kind of have to ban her. But I'm surprised about the Capital ban, but it's still a great ban nonetheless.
Man, Thatcher on the board here. This is
And Maverick.
unprecedented here. Oh, who cares about Maverick? Shut up. All right.
Okay. All right.
No, to be fair, Maverick is really annoying to deal with on this map, but I mean, Hibana is just your normal go-to ban for hard breach. But leaving. I mean, you're kind of banning 2 hard breach when it comes to this map. I know that there's a Capital glitch going on where you can kind of clear rafters with a firebolt. Maybe that's why they're just trying to get rid of it. I don't think you were allowed to glitch here, but you know, it does exist. It is a thing, unfortunately, and I have no idea how long it will last. But maybe that's what they're going for. They just want to clear out and make sure that garage hold of rafters leading to that, CCTV room and cash room can be held even longer. But in the end, you leave a Thatcher, that makes every single hard wall you've ever held close to you, loved and dearly held, is gone. No chance, not anywhere is it going to happen. That's not looking hot for the guys. But we're going to start off in round 1, CCTV and cash room, and when you've gotten rid of the pancake-wielding Wamai, that makes holding rafters even more difficult. Synthetic banned both Capital and Wamai. What?
I mean, I get it, trying to keep the utility dump to a minimum, but I don't get why there's both of these operators banned, because they're kind of the yin and yang. Wamai counters Capital, and Capital, well, Capital is just Capital. We all know and love Capital, but both of them being banned, little odd, but that's okay, I guess. There's a method behind the madness. I just can't quite figure it out because I'm not 10 head like some of these people in the flippin' community. But CCTV and cash room, we talked about this quite a bit. We've seen it become a little bit more attacker favorited, so to say, and the lineup that's brought on the board right now really hammers that point home, or brings that point home, I should say. 2 hard breachers, a Thatcher, and then 2 stop destructors. There just might not be enough utility on Synthetic's lineup to actually counteract this lineup perfectly, and they might pay the price of it with losing the first round.
Man, paying the price is just like what happens, right? I mean, you will pay the price. Ultimately, it's going to happen. It's also the same reason we don't really see Chalet. Teams are uncomfortable on it, and if you pick it up and decide to play it, even if you're uncomfortable, you'll pay the price, because maybe you're more comfortable than the other person. So, while I'm still, stuck 6 minutes ago for the map bans phase, because I still really wanted Chalet. At least it's not Cafe, so consolation prize, it's not a terrible map. But we'll have to see if either side can pick up some eventful kills, or if their kills will just be the consolation prize of the round, and will ultimately end in their demise. But starting off strong, a freak onto the Malusi, a very normal pick for this player. They do a very nice job of roaming around. A lot of strong connections in terms of having good positioning, but they're not going to be the first person to fall. Instead, it's going to be Braxton who finds the kill onto Poison, and those poisonous toxic Banes out for the count, relegated to be left on the floor where the body may lie. That is a devastating loss to have this early in the round.
Now, if No Shakes gets control of Raptors, they could, of course, go for a default plant inside of the B bomb site, but that's not going to be the case. They have a lot of their manpower pushed into the logistics area so they can get construction opened up. Like I mentioned earlier in the pregame talk, it was all about that double pincer. A trade eventually comes out, Ager claims the head of Fractions, so that'll even things up now in a 4-on-4, but No Shakes, they just have to get control of that construction wall in towards cash, and they should be all set. An impact trick comes out by Mo twice now. He gets both the Selmas, but there's a third, so he can't deny it. But what's this? Another impact grenade comes out. It was actually free to get at least one of those, and he'll pay the price with his own blood, this time by Riot. So now, 4-on-3. No Shakes have the man advantage, but now they have no hard destruction to work with. They have to funnel themselves into that cache doorway, and that could be a devastating blow as you have operators like Mo with that evil eye and still a C4 in the hands of Max. He can line it up perfectly and nick himself at least one, maybe two free frags.
Man, a very, very positive start right now for No Shakes, but you've lost this thermite, and those really big holes that they can open up are no longer available for them, so it's going to be difficult for whether or not No Shakes is going to be able to shake up enough of this round to give themselves a fighting chance. Synthetic have the ability to sit pretty on site, turtle up, and hold their own. And I think that, quite honestly, with the fact you still have a Thatcher on the board and you do still have Bino, but you don't have any more Selma, so you still got 2 EMPs on the board. They'll come around the corner. Max and Mo finding 2 to Brian Wright, the rank star, and a Nitro Cell toss. It will damage both, but Max on a rampage finding Bino, and it's going to be Hourly now looking for a finish, and they're looking like they're about to get finished. It's a 1v3 situation, cornered by all sides, no time left. And it's going to go in the favor of Synthetic despite the positive start for the opposing side.
But it didn't matter about the Platinum Wall because construction, the wall leading between that part of the map and then Cache, was denied by 3 separate impact grenades. Perfect timing and even better game sense. It was beautiful work by Synthetic, and they really earned that round, considering all the smack talk we were giving them early on with CCTV being a slightly more attacker-favorite site, but it worked out in the end, so amazing job. And now, we're heading to Church and Arsenal, and what's this, Scott? We almost saw Mira. She might get 6 picked off, and that's going to be the case. Okay, I've lost all my hype now. I was going to say the first time in forever, Scott, we're seeing Mira played in competitive, and it's not going to happen. But it could happen later on. You never know, because she is on the board. And if you guys can see in the chat room, there's no Mira being banned by the 4 operators.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bomb.
Peculiar. What a strange happenstance we happen to have happened upon.
Indubitably.
That is the dumbest. That is the go-to word to do, just like to
Thank you,
pretend to be
Booker.
smart.
We love you. Thank you,
Indubitably. No, I genuinely feel like Maestro is a better choice. I could rant and rave all day. I guess rave's a better word since it's positive. I could rave all day about how great Maestro is on this basement site. It is just the absolute best. Hold in behind small boxes on site. I know that they increased the size of that secondary box, the northern side most stacked box. They increased the height of it, but ultimately, like, it's still just broken all around for the Alda to just do what it does, which is Shrek your opponents and just leave them out for dust. There's nothing they can do about it. So Synthetic looking to abuse it. Mo on top of it, and Freak, who we didn't get to see that much of, if any at all, last round, I think is going to have some pretty heavy off-site presence. I think Synthetic's one of those teams I've casted for before that's always had such a good job of having off-site presence and then getting away successfully after they manage to either get information or kill off of that roll.
Yeah, you can never really leave Synthetic down for the count. They always find some way to bring themselves back up. So, hey, whether it be through impact tricks or just winning their frags, it's prolonging the inevitable, I suppose. And right now, No Shakes is not prolonging the inevitable when it comes to getting that dirt wall opened up. Braxton will do his job just fine, and that's going to give a little bit of map control, favoring No Shakes. They still have to clear out the player of poison in the very back, but breaking that Goyle shield would do the trick just fine. So, not the worst start for No Shakes, but they had to get that kitchen hatch opened up as well, and then they can actually go for a proper push between both dirt and also the arsenal part of the map. There's also still those toxic babes lurking around or looming in the air. That's going to slow down the push even more so, but still, only a minute and a half remaining. There's still plenty of time for No Shakes to really work around this, and they can burn through this utility with relative ease.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of consuming. When you think about utility consumption simulator, you typically think of Basement of Oregon, but I guess any basement site can really be considered that. I think that the fact this one's a little bit more wide, but the entries to get inside are pretty constricted, like this dirt tunnel right here. They can burn out all of that utility, the toxic babes, banshees, you know, the wub-wubs, the freak. You have so much utility that you can and have the ability to burn out that No Shakes basically has to if they want any chance to step inward into this site, but with no one having been felled with a minute left on the clock, time is running out for them to be able to guarantee that level of success. But the first one to start will be Freak, finding one. Brian, a refrag to Poison, and it'll be a 4v4 in play. And now it's looking like we're going to see No Shakes getting closer, edging ever closer to the actual objective itself. Nearing the armory side, a central staircase push seems to coming through. Bri lying down as Freak looking to punish, but oh no! Agera failed by Braxton, and they're stepping in to find a second Freak out for the count. Riot out, an hourly out of Mo, but Braxton on a rampage, 3K to the name, and now Mo, the last player standing with the Alda, has to clutch it up if they want a chance to win. Brian Braxton can have this chance. It's gonna go in favor of Mo as he finds Bri, but it's Braxton in a 1v1 with only 10 seconds on the clock. Mo just has to play time, and they have the vision with the evil eye. Oh no, he turns off for a second. He's going to get to a spot. Braxton narrowly avoiding an opportune death, and he's going to rush for the play. He gets the shot, and Mo finds the tiniest pixel peak shot. And Synthetic win 2 rounds back-to-back despite Braxton's attempted miracle play.
Cold-blooded killer Mo. Not giving a damn about the clip by Braxton. He says, no clutch for you, good sir. And Synthetic takes their second round win. Now moving into gym and bedroom. I mean, that was an amazing round by Mo. He did not care that Braxton was on a heater of a round. He had Diffuser down in the middle of main hallway, found the trade on Bri, and just waited patiently because he had almost that entire site in his eyes via the evil eye. It was only a matter of time, and he denied just enough time for it to work out. That was pristine by Mo. And now they have to go probably the worst site you can pick from other than Bar, but they do have one trick up their sleeves, and that trick is the Mira pick by Poison off the smoke. And that could be a huge benefit for them to bring on one of the most difficult sites to defend on Clubhouse.
Man, there's just so much. There's so much happening right now that No Shakes has to find an answer for. Mo, if there's a player that you're wanting to have in a situation that's a clutch up or, you know, screw up moment, right? It's going to be a player like Mo. Or on a team like Synthetic that just has so much history, so much chemistry behind them. They've got so much that they're compatible with, not just on, you know, the field, that, you know, metaphorically field, as it is a house, I guess you would say, a clubhouse. But they've got it off. I mean, they're friends. They work together very well, and there's a lot that happens for him. And Mo is a player that is exceptional to show off. Already starting off here 5-0. And when you've got players like Poison, who's not gotten a kill for themselves, and you're looking over, it's pretty even across the board. Otherwise, Mo's had a spectacular matchup against No Shakes. And No Shakes, despite having Braxton drop the 4-bomb, they're not finding the answer to Mo, and they desperately need to find it soon because Synthetic are looking spicy. And if they get a momentum here, if they keep this pace, No Shakes won't stand a chance against that tempo.
That's a great frag, though, by Riot. That was very impressive. I think he floor banged him. Obviously, the Mira wouldn't be roaming. That was an impressive shot and great self-coordination. I'm not even too sure where exactly Mira died at, but hey, an opening pick is an opening pick regardless as to who or where from it happened or onto. But that's going to give a little bit of breathing room for No Shakes. They're going to work in from behind on the main stairwell. Drones coming on out by Bri to cover Riot, and yep, I think we found the culprit. That might have just been it, but still indecisive. Oh no! It was in the middle of gym. Okay. Still think it was a floor bang though, because other than that, she's covered quite comfortably, but still, an opening pick is an opening pick. That jacuzzi wall now being opened up as well. For once, No Shakes has a very assertive lead, not just in the man count, but also a decent amount of map control in their favor as well, moving into the last half of this round.
Man, Synthetic, despite being a player down, you see players like Moesi looking to continue to try and punish. They were getting aggressive between Jim and Bastard Bedroom, looking for a chance to peek that jacuzzi wall. You see a lot of information being gathered from No Shakes, but Synthetic have not really stepped away. They've not been fearing the Reaper, I guess you could say, and while that could be dangerous for them, it also might not bode well. Braxton going for the spot here. You usually see players repel to get here, but no, knows you can sprint over to go on top of the vent, and now Max is trapped inside, but Freak will save the day ever so slightly, finding Bri, and will bury Bri out despite missing the U, but It's now going to be a 4v4 situation and immediately dropped for a double kill for Riot as they take Freak out and a now Bino finding Akira. Moesi continuing the spree though, this time for Synthetic onto Bino, and they're going to continue the spray off. Max punching out Braxton and finishing with a hipfire headshot, and now they're getting rushed out, not able to win the fight this time around. Riot will secure the 3K, and now it's Moesi trapped on site central stairs. The enemy team know where they're situated. They have Diffuser. Moesi looking to maybe play from below. A Nitro Cell ripped and dipped, not close to where it's actually been planted, as Riot will have faked it initially and will begin the plant once again. But this angle held by Hourly will make it difficult for Moesi to take the step forward. He changes the angle, takes the peek. Moesi wins it, double kill, looking to punish, but it's got to be a reload for the SMG-11. Shotgun in hand, but Moesi on about 2 HP and a dream, and Riot has the advantage here. He's got to decide where to peek and when to peek as he looks towards the right to maybe catch him if he goes down through the floor. But Moesi on the prowl could get caught off guard. A dangerous peek, a near pixel perfect. They'll step up and Riot will win it. No Shakes win round 3 on their attack.
So close, but yet so far away. Mo will finally meet his maker. It only took 3 rounds and a great 4K by Riot as well, might I add. So it'll be a 2-to-1 first rotation, pretty standard stuff. Eventually, No Shakes will get their footing in the right spot, and now we'll return to CCTV and Cash Room after a spectacular performance by the entry player of Riot, the Rank Star, getting kills time and time again. And I don't think Flores is allowed, so that'll probably get 6-picked off. I figured I'd mention that because he is brand new to R6 currently, and yeah, that makes a lot of sense. He's been playing Thermite time and time again, and Brash has been doing so well on Thermite, why not stop the pain train with the Texan boy himself of Thermite? So that makes a lot of sense for him to get 6-picked off on.
Clickbait picture.
Oh my god, you're right.
Flores
wow.
Flores in competitive.
Am I going on
Flores
Twitter again? That's
We're
insane.
We're in.
Bro, that's crazy.
Yo, wow, mad.
Wow,
No,
dog, that's
I
like
mean,
totally cool.
To be honest, Flores is not going to be that good and competitive. And this may be like a weird thing. I
What?
mean, he's unproven as of the current moment, right? It's difficult to say, but I don't think Flores is going to be as competitively viable as what people initially wanted him to be. First off, when you kind of compare the weapon, the Arrow 33, with a different scope setup than Thatcher, that's weird in the first place. Uncomfortable. And for a Thatcher main, that really stinks. That already makes me not want to play him. And then on top of that, very aggressive audio cue to give away the position. Players at high levels of skill will not miss the shot to shoot the drone. You're going to have a high level of skill with Flores to get high impact, but it's a high skill card. If you can have that level of skill, then you can pop off as Flores.
I think that you're wrong, that he's not going to be
tell me
competitively
why.
viable. No, I'm not going to tell you why, actually. That was the second half of the joke, Scott, was that I'm just not going to tell you, and you're just going to get really mad about it, so you're welcome.
No, I'm going to get lambasted by the chat here. It's gonna
You
be like,
cannonballed into my own trap. I didn't even have to fully set it up, and a trap might happen eventually. It appears that someone is setting themselves up for something to happen, but right now that won't be the case. Must have been looking at the cameras the wrong way, but the first minute coming to an end. A very calm round, so to say. No entries coming out immediately by Riot, but he'll spot somebody, which appears to be Freak all the way inside of Bar, but already getting into some type of gun engagement. He'll now have to play a little bit more passively, and Max will now take his spot instead. But Riot really doesn't seem to care. He'll find 1 kill, almost a second, narrowly missing out, but still, Freak will get eliminated from the process. And again, No Shakes takes the entry before we've reached 1:30. Another strong and somewhat assertive start for the attacking squad.
Man, that's not looking good. I mean, you've lost your Malusi Roamer. This is the same thing that happened in round 1. And while Synthetic was able to win out the round, you had to rely on clutch plays. You had to rely on your players to really show up and anchor out successfully on this cash room. And I think that No Shakes is kind of learning a little bit as the game progresses onward. They're finding out where the weaknesses are. They're finding I don't know how to phrase this, the weaknesses in the armor, right? I mean, they're finding out exactly where it needs to be, and I think that is exactly what No Shakes needs to have done. And as of the current moment, Synthetic need to try and find themselves a kill. We see Max on the prowl behind, but Moesi is going to be taken out by Bry, and while they may have been able to have a play on the flank and still do, they don't have very many players left on the front, which could bode not very well for them, especially when the fact that Max seemingly has been spotted out, and No Shakes may be on the prowl to try and finish them off before adjusting and making their way to the objective.
Half a minute left. Time is of the essence. Poison picking up an important kill on Abraxan, now making things a 3-on-4, but that C4 missing out by Max could have been a huge play for Synthetic, and it's not really going to benefit them all that much. Max eventually, though, will trade things out on Hourly, now a 2-on-3, but technically it's a 1-on-3 as Agra is stuck by himself, but he can fend for himself just fine. He claims the head of Riot. There's not that well of coverage so far on the plant, but Bino gets off it. It works out perfectly as he picks up one on a Max, and Bry from the Platinum Wall shuts down the lone player of Jaeger, of Ager down for the count, and all of a sudden, it comes back into a round win for No Shakes, and they even things up now.
Man, Agera just overextending, stepping a little bit too far, and if I'm Agera in that moment, maybe not exactly the move, I guess. I mean, you're now tied 2-2, so I guess it's not the worst thing ever, but for a map like Clubhouse, you don't need to be taking those angles. The fact that Max goes in the flanks and finds you a chance to even yourself back into the fight, and meanwhile, while it does unfortunately go the other direction, I genuinely liked what I saw Agera do. I liked the angle I saw. I loved the first shot going onto that eastern suburb. Sorry, not the eastern. I liked the first shot going onto the southern suburb. That was a nasty angle to connect. I liked the opportunity to go to the eastern suburb, but just wasn't peeking it out and didn't catch the player in their initial peak. So it's just not peaking enough, I guess. Maybe not wanting to overextend, and unfortunately causes you to overextend in the end. So maybe you take your L's one place to not take an L another. But in the end, we're heading back to this basement site, the one that was so just categorically close, I guess, where Braxton popped off to enter into sight. We haven't seen as much of a presence as Braxton recently, I guess, in terms of the more recent rounds, but this is the one, though. The 1v1 duo, which is technically a 2v1 at one point in time, but Moesi clutching it up and saving the day for Synthetic. This could have easily been a 3-1 at this point in time. Just one small mistake from Moesi would have ended it.
10 seconds to
Braxton has not gotten a kill since this last site was played, because he got one kill round number 1 on basically the Thermite entry, because that plat wall opened up pretty quickly, and then he found a 3K on this site in particular, so maybe he'll pop off again. That could be a huge differential into who wins this round, but regardless, last time Mo still won it out. He did have a better gun, better positioning, and just everything was kind of leaning towards his favor, so it did make sense that he won that. So let's hope that No Shakes just has a little bit more time and manpower to work with to maybe keep things a little more exciting. I would personally like to see a 3-3 split just to keep things on the edge of my own seat, and probably the rest of the chats as well. This is a very exciting game just because not many people know about No Shakes, and Synthetic also could probably be doing much better than they have been before. It really is quite shocking that they're on the lower part of the bracket as of right now, but enough of the dilly-dallying. First minute coming to an end. No Shakes. Again, they like to use their time very wisely. Instead of getting way too aggressive, they find maybe an entry, to say the least, and if that doesn't happen, it's mostly just trying to get slight map control, and you can hear that hard destruction in the background that'll be on the Moto hatch. So just keeping things very calm and collected so far for No Shakes, not overextending or pushing anything too far just yet.
I feel like it's kind of been the name of the game so far, overextensions, going a little bit too far. We did see that the last time we saw this when the diffuser was dropped right outside Central Staircase doorway inside Hall. It forced Bry and Braxton to step up to try and grab it, and Bry paid the price with their life, and while Braxton was able to get it, they were forced to have to plant in a no-time situation, and Moesi could just play time and work their way around. But looking like was going to see a giant hole be opened up, the exothermic going through, but it will be impact tricked out from the opposing side. Braxton leaning the wrong direction, but has now stepped inside Moto looking for an opportunity. Sorry, Menwood looking for an opportunity to maybe take a player out, but Max, who's low on the site of A, holding inside Church. It could be a very devastating fight off, but when you've got a player like that holding strong and you've got the ability to let Moesi does to clear out these things, it could still be dangerous. He's going to step forward. He's going to lie down through the own Selma hole that was made through, maybe to try to catch a player off guard, but nothing coming first. It'll be Mo finding two. He does connect, but it's going to be Agera who is felled by Bry, making it only a one-man advantage, now brought to none. Nil as Hourly finds Freak, and Moesi can't continue the rampage as Pino kills in return. But it's going to be Bry felled from blue as Poison finds the kill. A down player, Bino, and now Hourly left in a 2v1, able to find a down, but can't find the kill. The Mossberg too much to handle, and Poison will end off round 5 in their own fashion.
That double kill by Mo really set up Synthetic for a great round win, and that's exactly what happened. Even though a trade came out eventually, making things 3-on-3, it was just only a matter of time. There was so much that No Shakes had to worry about, and they just did not have enough compensation for all the things being thrown at them, specifically the smoke grenades and just the gunfights. They just weren't in great positions to win them. So pretty good reasons why Synthetic won that. Now they're going to be heading back to Gym and Bedroom. This was a round that Riot in particular did a great job. No Shakes was able to get the entry early on, get the main walls opened up, and oh no, that's not good.
And also,
luckily,
Braxton was unable to have internet.
Awkward. That's you hate to see it. Hashtag not like this in chat. That's all right then. Well, guess we're gonna have to just play babysitter for a little while until we wait for Braxton to come back. You hate to see it. That's okay. Yeah, I'm doing it the right way. I didn't mix the camera up. I don't know how to play patty cake, but at least I know how to angle my camera the right way. And I'm being serious. I don't know. I didn't have a childhood. I went right to 18, so I don't know any of this stuff.
It was that we were about to go to some like really big Psalm stories. Like, yeah, big issue. I was sad when I was born. Neither of my parents showed up to my birth. the old dupe and
I listened to My Chemical Romance once, and it changed my life forever.
He's perpetually down bad now.
I couldn't stand it with a straight face. I just saw you like smirk up, and I'm like, oh no, I can't deliver the punchline without laughing.
Yeah, I listened to Joji once, and now I'm a different man.
It's not a phase, all right? It's who I am.
All right. Well, let's crack in on the game a little bit more. But obviously, we had an attendance problem by one player on No Shakes, Braxton. And,
I'll have to mark him absent.
Yeah, go ahead and mark him absent. If he misses three more absences, we may have to get a suspension here. So keep an eye on that. But I think Braxton's done a very good job of utility. I think I was going to talk about that anyways in terms of utility usage. I think Mohesi's been the most useful in terms of utility. We saw the impact trick, we've seen the information gathered from the Evil Eye. Mostly it's been kills that Mohesi's really connected on and gathered. And while Mo's done a phenomenal job of that, I think their utility is another thing that is just kind of brought forward. They're able to connect forward and find rapid levels of success. But I think that this entire match is extremely close. Every round but one, if I remember here correctly, has ended in a 1v1. And the one that ended with a 2v1, the two got the kills. It's other than round one. Sorry. So yeah. I was just stealing information given to me by somebody else. I'm not original. So
there was also the other round where I went to CCTV, where it was the Jaeger player inside of rafters, and then another one who was locked out of sight. So it was a 2-on-2. But I mean, they're kind of 1v1s, I guess. There are two 1v1s going on at the same time. You call it what you will. I'm not going to be really picky about it, to be honest. You get the idea. It was a really good talking point. And also another great talking point you mentioned, the Maestro. He's played a lot still, not as much as he used to be, but he's still a great operator. Not just his intel, but his gun. Other than the ACOG, nothing's really changed about Maestro, and it's a little disheartening because that's probably one of the best guns in the game, and it's really freaking strong. The Alda has no recoil. It shoots out faster than a water hose, and it still does a beefy amount of damage. Even if you don't click on heads, you can just body shot people from any distance, and you're probably going to win the gunfight. There's only a couple of guns that can really out-duel it, and even then, very unlikely to happen. And the icing on top of the cake is the fact that his gadget is pretty damn good. The Evil Eye can deny pretty much anything and everything, can gather a plethora of intel, it can stop a plant, even when smoke grenades are on the board. And Ace, one of the most played Heartbreakers when not banned, he's got smokes. It's basically a direct counter. I mean, he's the jack of all trades. He's a one-man army. He is a meatball, for Christ's sake. He's a god amongst men.
Yeah, you tend to I guess meatball, which is technically snowball, right? As a Maestro, the longer you are in the round, the more useful you tend to be, being the ability to anchor up and turtle exceptionally well. You have impacts which can deny those hard breaches, which you don't see as much in terms of a lot of different maps. I mean, you do see it occasionally on Oregon, and it's really just kind of what you see exponentially so here on this map for Clubhouse. Like, it's so important to impact trick out Kitchen Hatch. It's so important to impact trick out that wall connecting it to church. There's so much you need to do that for it. And finding a player like Mo that can do that and connect with such an exceptionally well amount. We saw the impact work. The second one didn't connect. It was a Selma placed on the bottom. But I'll tell you what, Mo did. Lying down into the own Selma hole made and finding two in the process. Unfortunately, fragged out from behind. But it doesn't really even matter. Synthetic has looked hot coming into this one. They've been on a little bit of a downward turn recently, but I mean, they've looked well. I think the fact of the matter is that it is still anyone's game at this point in time. With the fact that it's been so back and forth and been so even and ending in these 1v1s, statistically speaking, like 90% of the time, like that kind of shows that this is a great matchup to watch, and we're watching something that, like we talked about at the beginning of the game, is make it or break it.
Yeah, you mentioned impact tricking. Round number 1, that was one of the sole reasons why Synthetic actually won it. If you remembered, Braxton got the platinum wall opened up right off the bat, and then he found an entry. So No Shakes was doing really good. They weren't shaking in their boots at all. They were very comfortable where they were positioned at. And then when they rotated in towards construction room to get the castle opened up, it failed because there was 3 impact grenades. Thermite got traded out eventually, so his second exothermic charge could not be in use. It was on his dead body, and he can't pick up dead gadgets. And Selma's were completely stopped. So they had to funnel in basically from one direction, and those never work, especially when you have the smoke alive, when you have a Goya with a C4 in his hand, when you have a Maestro with Evil Eyes that, again, basically stop anything and everything, especially when it's a funnel effect. And the Alda just shreds through people like paper going through a shredder. It's just, it's uncanny. You literally cannot outduel that gun most of the time. So it just the impact tricking in general has just been gigantic. And at the beginning, I wondered why Maestro was bringing the impacts, but now it makes sense because you can't bring a bandit to bandit trick. Like I mentioned that earlier as well. You have to rely on the impacts when there's just so much hard destruction going on. You got to do at least something, because if you let the attacking team get those walls opened up for free, then you're kind of out of luck and you're almost guaranteeing yourself a loss.
Yeah, and I mean, impact tricking can be so successful, so oriented around an entire round. Like you said, round 1 was almost won entirely off of Synthetic's ability to do that.
I think it was, to be honest.
They're running out of time, right? You only get 6 rounds on defense, and now Synthetic is going to be having this uphill battle that they have to worry about if they take too many L's on this half, right? They're going to have to figure something out. I know Synthetic's a pretty frag-centric team. We're seeing a little bit less. I typically like to think of Synthetic as a defensive sided because I really like their roam game that I was raving about earlier, but I haven't seen as much of that. I see Max rotating around. I saw Freak dying a little bit too many times in terms of that roaming presence, and that roaming Malusi that is so prevalent for a lot of playstyles these days, which is just FYI a great playstyle. But that roaming Malusi playstyle, the roaming Malusi playstyle that is so much fun and completely ignores fellows' opinion because it's wrong. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it at all. It's not been successful. It's not worked, and it's a little bit sad to see. I think that Synthetic's a little bit down bad when it comes to their roaming presence.
Yeah, that was very funny. I'm not gonna lie, Scott. And are we going to a break?
We might need to.
I think I heard that. I was gonna say, really? Okay. Well,
yeah. If we want a break, we can. Do we sit here and babysit for longer, or do we can just start telling stories? Right?
Yeah. If we don't have any exact ETA as to when he'll get his power back or whatever, or internet, I don't know what one it was. Okay. Well, then we can go into a break if you'd like.
Yeah.
Would you like a break?
Story.
Oh, I like stories. You have a good one?
Yeah, no, I have campfire stories. You can like turn off the lights here, like go like.
I mean, you have a fire in your background.
We like just like dim the lights, but like
ooh,
a long time ago. Just like.
Yeah, no, I think it is for the best though that we probably go into a short little break because we don't know when Braxton will be back, and if something really comes to the worst, then maybe we'll have to postpone altogether. I hope not, though. Probably not. I'm not gonna really put my foot down completely on this kind of stuff, but we don't really know. So we're probably gonna go and
figure it out. We'll get it figured out. Just stay tuned. Maybe play something on your phone. I guess maybe
Raid Shadow Legends.
We're going to break. 3 guys later. We'll catch you guys at the end.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you didn't mind the actually quite short wait. I'm actually quite surprised. So we have all the players back in. We're just waiting on the official ready up in the chat, and then we'll actually get the show on the road. But the last site, it is confirmed. It'll be gym and bedroom, and not much will be changing up from the lineup. Kind of can't do that. It's against the rules. So This could favor in the way of no shakes. We did end up seeing them win the first time around when they went that bomb site. A 4K by Riot helped them a ton, but although that was a huge part, overall, Jim Betterman is still a very attacker-favored objective room, so maybe we'll actually see that 3-3 split that I was kind of predicting or mentioning early on, and then it actually might come into fruition. Maybe. You never know.
Yeah, maybe we do see that, but I think first and foremost, we just need to see how it plays out. I think both these teams being fair across the board, playing so exceptionally well like they have been doing, it's just something you got to keep into account. But X13, we have news that is just guaranteed to come in. X13 has qualified for the UPL, guaranteed at this stage in time. They have fought their way through thick and a few thins and made their way into the end, but they're guaranteed for this one. And we're about ready for Siege O'Clock. Let's get ready for this one. Round 6 underway. Synthetic, their last opportunity now on their defense to continue this rampage that they've attempted to go through. Man, I think the most thing I'm upset about is that Mohesi's stat line's been reset on this rehost.
I think I'm upset that my clock's probably a few seconds behind because we're really not getting the sync down. It's like never Siege O'Clock whenever I have my watch out, but that's okay. At least you're here to back up for me. But yeah, I'm still upset about that too because Mo, I think he was close, if not had double digits already, and I think only like 2 or 3 deaths. So that's pretty impressive. I was 15-0 before rehost. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'll actually write that down now. Just isn't true. Okay, Bri. That's unfortunate, but it was not 15-0. He's only making a laugh out of us, but that's okay. It was almost 10 kills, I believe, but we'll get the stats checked up in just a moment. But still, going into probably one of the more attacker-favorited sites I've mentioned this time and time again, I'm going to keep mentioning it just because this could guarantee no shakes their 3rd round win and bring us into a very, and I mean very, odd second half moving into Clubhouse.
Mira.
Yeah, but then there's Mira, so
yeah, that's
yeah, then there's Mira, so it makes it that still is a really good chance because Mira is really strong, especially on this site. But I mean, No Shake still won it, even though there was a Mira, so there's that point to make up. But then again, like I said, it was won mostly off the back of Riot in a 4K clutch.
Yeah, I mean, Synthetic may not be guaranteed the round, but they have been guaranteed to have no shame, bringing a Mira out for the count. And unfortunately, now No Shakes is going to have to deal with that Logi wall Mira play, which is just going to be so detrimental to try and face off against. But it's going to be pivotal to hold out Cash Room. You see Freak situated over here, looking for maybe an opportunity, playing Green Box, and flashbacks ahead. But Synthetic may be looking for an opportunity to take a kill early on, maybe looking for a chance to try and get some early picks in terms of the round, and they will actually have a player be downed. I don't know if they're in a space to clean it up. They will be. Leslie finding it with the Mossberg onto Brian, the Zofia playing with the lifeline. Now no lifeline in the actual terms of their life. A 5v4 in play. Synthetic have the lead.
Well, Mo already picking up where he left off. He'll get the first entry after the rehost. An impressive shot to be had onto Brian that'll give Synthetic the opening pick. But Selma's being activated on the back wall and towards Bathroom. That'll force Poison in a little bit more of a compromisable position. Bathroom can't really be defended properly anymore, so this can give No Shakes a slight advantage moving on forward. But they got to use that advantage quite well in terms of getting a pick on top of that because they're still down by 1 player and have 0 clue as to where exactly Mo is currently positioned. So he can come around from literally anywhere and catch somebody off guard and get his team another kill. 5-on-3. That would be devastating for No Shakes, and they would almost have a 0 recovery possibility in this position, and that would bring us back to a standard 4-2 split. But just as I say that, around the corner comes Riot. He'll get the trade up eventually onto Mo and stop the madman on the mute from roaming with his reign of terror any longer.
Man, now you may have been able to open up that Logi hatch, but it's got a Surya gate on top of it, so you're going to have to waste even more utility to get rid of that as well. And I think that's a pretty smart decision. With Aruni being brought into the game and having those Surya gates available, those hatches that you can't reinforce at the top level are out and relegated out to the count. But Freak knows the players inside, stepping towards bathroom. Poison will be down first though from Braxton, finding two as he finds Freak as well, but Akira and Max find Ryan and Bino. It's now a 2v2 with Braxton low, 24 HP to their name as Max and Akira 100% looking spicy, but Hourly has Diffuser, and a plant situation could come to fruition as they seemingly have control of at least this western side. They could plant Jam. They seem to be wanting to plant inside this B room, this master bedroom, but a Nitrocell toss. This may connect. It will, as Max also finds Braxton. Synthetic secure round 6. A fat W to take it. And despite Braxton's best attempts, it's not enough. Did that really just catch out of the world's smallest? I think that wall is actually closed, but good night.
That 2x4 was barely holding on from just its own structure, let alone that Nitro Cell adding more weight to it. I mean, wow, down to the wire for Synthetic, but it'll work out better than anticipated. So we'll sadly go to that common 4-2 split, but it has been confirmed, since we keep seeing Mo, Typing, and Chatty's going 16-1. It's actually 10-0-3, and CDC's gonna get in on the mix as well, really doubling it down. Thank you. We appreciate all the help we can get, because I clearly need it. That's for damn sure. But moving into the second half now, Church and Arsenal being played. Noah Rooney, but Maestro will be traded out as well, and I think that's a fine and dandy pick, especially for this bottom floor. I mean, we saw it on the first half, Scott, how well Mo could do. I just hope Hourly can follow in those footsteps from the opposition.
Oh, don't even get me started. I see a Maestro and every endorphin in my brain just starts skyrocketing. In every direction, like a fireworks show in there. And he's like, oh, Meatball Man, and go happy. And it's exactly what I need. And I'm like, a spicy, let's go. I like seeing this. And that's exactly what we keep seeing consistently. And for a map like Clubhouse, which is one of my favorites just for this reason. And it's weird because I hate Cafe with a vengeance, but Maestro's so good on third floor. But everywhere else is just boring. You know, Maestro, obviously, you have pretty big shoes to fill here. And this may or may not, I mean, it's really like a giant situation. Either he's going to look like a toddler stepping into his dad's shoes, or he's going to try to fill those shoes. I think at best we may see a teenager trying to fit their dad's shoes, just like barely not able to reach it, not reaching the same level. But I think that the biggest thing we need to see is whether or not No Shakes as a whole team can hold up and match what Synthetic was able to set the pace for.
Yeah, and so far, nothing much happening for Synthetic. They're going to go for the very common roam clear, but to their surprise, No Shakes has not extended at all. They're going for a very anchor-heavy setup. All 5 players on the basement floor. They're staying very close to site, and they're going to just try to play this out like a war of attrition. They're going to just try to win via manpower and time being slightly in their favor, and they have plenty of utility to help them with that, but I definitely think at least having one player trying to have a bit of time to be burned against Synthetic would be a better move, but whatever No Shakes is comfortable with. I mean, they're the players, I'm not, so it's all their decision, but Synthetic taking full advantage of the lack of roam game by No Shakes. They'll get that vertical play down, and the first hatch in towards Moto opened up with that blowtorch, so great start so far for Synthetic, but a missed opportunity by No Shakes as that C4 will not confirm the kill on the Freak.
I think Synthetic's doing a good job. They're swiftly clearing out these floorboards, making sure their sideland's a little bit more secure. It's what you want to see. The swiftness we're seeing from Synthetic right now is setting a pace that you need. You need a precedent for that level. And it's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing a nade now cooked. Mohesi looking for an opportunity. A Toxic Babe will force them away, but now a second nade held. They'll toss it again, trying to remove out whatever is shocking. It's seemingly an Electro Claw, but nothing coming to fruition. And while a Thatcher, I believe, was left unbanned, yeah, a Thatcher left unbanned, they're not opting to bring that. Instead, they're struggling to clear out these walls because of it. And it's not looking so hot for Synthetic. Maybe a slight miscalculation or misplay. I don't think their lineup is necessarily incorrect, but when Braxton is able to find Poison, it makes it difficult. Freak steps in, turning the wrong way. Braxton will down them in the process, just aiming that one off, but Mo steps up, denying it again on a refrag as Agura takes out Bino. And now a 3v2. They're coming the other direction from Blue with Max as the supporting player through the wall, but it'll be Mo who finds the last on the Bry, and Synthetic will guarantee a swift round victory for themselves.
Although things looked very worrisome for Synthetic, in the end, they get the kills that matter most and win by the skin of their teeth, and they'll bring us 5-2. I honestly thought No Shakes had that just because the main hatching kitchen wasn't opened up. The vertical play, it was down, but it wasn't used to its fullest potential. And it really did seem like there was only 2 direct approaches for Synthetic, but those 2 approaches were just enough to seal the deal, and they end up winning their first round on attack. So congrats to them. And now we'll see a return to Church and Arsenal, the exact same lineup. I can only hope that No Shakes, at the very least, bring some type of roam game, whether it be just Bino or Bry on their own little kind of solo tear just to waste time and maybe get an entry frag, to say the least. But if that doesn't happen, we might just see history repeat itself, Scott, because although that was a very poor round for Synthetic, at least getting that hatch opened up wise and, avenues of approach, they still won their gunfights, and in the end, that's kind of all that really matters when it comes to playing Rainbow Six.
I think that what you're implying here is that you just need to click heads, right? I think that was kind of like the general.
Yeah, you read my mind.
Click heads. Yeah, I mean, like what?
Just don't die. Just stand still.
Yeah, just shoot back. Like how?
Just bring Thatcher.
Yeah, just bring Thatcher.
I mean, they didn't need to, but it would have helped them at least. But I'm not going to be poking holes into arguments that don't need to be had. So
yeah, they won the round.
Yeah.
Now, if they had a Maestro on their team, it would have been better. But that's not possible. So unfortunately, but no, easy start off here. Synthetic have coming off a very rapid success in the last round, swiftly taking control, and they're heading right back to that basement objective. No Shakes doing exactly what I absolutely hate. Playing the same objective twice. They need to change something up, because if they don't change anything, then Synthetic will just do the exact same thing and roll them once again.
Yeah, and we're seeing the same thing. Everyone's on the basement floor, so Synthetic has the entire 60 or the other 2/3 of the map in their control. They can do whatever they want, and what they're going to want to do is the exact same thing they did beforehand. Go for that vertical play, get the hatches opened up, but maybe they can utilize it a little bit better. And only a little bit would do the trick, to be honest. But Synthetic, they're still going all the way up above just to make sure everything is absolutely spotless. I don't really blame them. But now that they're aware everything is clear, they're just going to start going for the Maverick hole, opening up on the hatch. Yep. Exact same thing that we saw a couple of moments prior on the 7th round.
Starting off, still no deaths to be had here at this moment in time, and you're seeing Synthetic maybe a little bit slower, maybe lagging what they initially had, but bringing out this buck utility in terms of having that pocket hard breach. They're going to take out the hatch inside of Stock and try and make some more space in terms of clearing out some area on this defensive basement hold, but it looks to be another aggressive stance to come forward. They marked Banshees. They're attempting to maybe gain an outlet to drop down below. It looks like Freak is opting to clear out, maybe get some more information, but 3 players close inside Church. A nade could be pretty impactful if they get caught off guard with a toss, but Hourly has now spotted it out. Braxton has not turned. A nade could be tossed over, and while they don't have the exact sightline that we do have, I think a single drone inside could give them positions and give them information, but the nade will be tossed, only dealing slight amounts of damage to Hourly and Braxton, but it's just not enough.
40 seconds left. No one has died just yet, but Mo just swings around the corner. He picks up 2, looking for a 3rd on Abino. He's not going to get it just yet, but the damage has already been done. Church is now for the taking, and Agera follows suit. Now a 5-on-2, 30 seconds left. Bino picks up 1, make it a 2nd, but he's got an ace in a 1v3 as Mo finds himself another for the round. A 3K comes out with a beautiful shot by Bino, but it won't be enough. Poison from around the corner will shut down the clutch possibility, and all of a sudden, Synthetic comes alive in the last couple of moments of that 8th round, moving into the 9th one, and we're seeing match point already in the hands of Synthetic.
No Shakes looking a bit shaky right now. If they aren't having...
They're shaking in their boots.
Yeah, if they're not having, like, pressure on their back, like the weight of the world on their shoulders, they're looking like they might get 7-2'd here. And Synthetic with such a phenomenal performance to them right now. Man, No Shakes has got to change something up, because they cannot continue at this level and have Synthetic relegate them out here. This could be the end-all, be-all. As we point out once again, Mo is at 12-1-4 before the end of that round. But, before the start of that round, sorry. But in the end, Synthetic, who's looking hot,
Attackers need
will have to be able to show that they can continue that, because attack is a little bit more difficult, that if No Shakes just changes one thing, then maybe that's enough to stop Synthetic.
Maybe. And we're going to a completely different site now. We're heading in towards CCTV, and this setup looks pretty good. With the fact that there's no Wamai, Aruni's going to make up for that lack of utility denial in terms of putting her laser gates onto that back window. So there's compensation, and I like it. It's adapting, and No Shakes definitely needs to adapt something in their lineup. That could be it, possibly, and I think it's a small start, but it's got to be more than just the Aruni, that's for sure. And Synthetic, they really don't need to change much at all. They've been doing good throughout the entire game, only losing 2 rounds, and to be honest, 6-2 is a pretty substantial lead. They don't really need to make it even better, but they might if they win this round and just win the entire best of 1 altogether, so that could be a possibility.
It absolutely could. I would worry a little bit, I think, about engaging. I think Synthetic has done a phenomenal job of taking an aggressive stance to clear out, and No Shakes has kind of succumbed under that pressure, so maybe you're not anchoring in the exact way you want to see. Maybe you're struggling to have that turtle strategy come to a high enough level of play that it actually finds any fruit of stance. And I think that right now, as it currently is, Synthetic's just playing better. They're clicking heads more often, and they're denying out No Shakes on almost every turn. And a very successful Maverick trick on that eastern suburb will make it even more difficult when you see Agura already has a stance on this southern roof, and it's going to be hard to deny that pincer from further, but it looks like Synthetic may choose to try and play into that garage as well, which could be their downfall if Hourly is able to connect with any shots.
Minute 40. Again, no immediate entries, and right as I say that, Max is like, no, I got your back, man. And Hourly follows up with a trade onto Agura. Now a 4-on-4. Things are beginning to pick up the pace. Hourly could find another, but he loses the sight line onto the player of Freak inside of stock, and that's going to cost him by not having his team up the man advantage. Luckily, though, Bry will pick things up onto the exact same player I just mentioned. Freak down for the count. 4-on-3 now for No Shakes, but they've got to make this man count a little bit stronger. Bry spots ahead of 1 in the back of Garage, but he does not want to overextend, because then they would completely lose their man advantage, and it would be a hopeless round for them essentially here, as Synthetic has really good positioning. They just don't have the man advantage, and that's really it. There's still 50 seconds left on the clock, more than enough time to get a trade of some sorts. They just need to wait for the perfect moment to strike, and really, Scott, it's only a matter of time before that happens.
Yeah, can you face off against what's going to be a very, very aggressive stance? It may be a man down, but honestly, I don't think they're that worried about it. If they can continue, if they can clear out Bino, who's sitting up top, which they seemingly can, but they'll lose Mo in the process, may not be exactly what you want to see. Meanwhile, Max is able to connect and get themselves a secure double kill, but with 20 seconds on the clock, time not on Synthetic's side, and a holdover by that red stairs and the 2 in cash will make it even more difficult to step inward. A nitro cell from Bry, they're going below. Poison could get caught off guard. He's gonna hear nothing, and it's gonna go off. It doesn't go off in time after it goes planted, and a post-plant situation, just narrowly avoiding it, but Riot will clean up, and No Shakes will get their third round victory despite the diffuser being made and planted down.
Okay, it was still winnable. I almost had a mini panic attack. I always think it's like the 1v1 or something, and then the C4 comes up. That almost always happens, but this was the one time that wasn't the case. But it would have been a nice way to end off the round, but that's not going to be the case. Riot will clean things up with the Alda and get the defuse down. So still a little bit of fight left inside of No Shake's body, but that's only the first round of many that they have to win in order to at least bring us to overtime, let alone winning the entire best of 1. Because if we go to 6-6, there's still 3 possible rounds where No Shakes doesn't win it, and then Synthetic just take the victory 8-7, 8-6, etc., etc. And that's if they don't win any of these next 3 rounds. We could get all the way up to 6-5, and then Synthetic takes it 75, and that entire redemption arc by No Shakes will just be flushed down the drain, never to be seen again. And we're going to now be heading to gym and bedroom. I've mentioned this 1,000 times. I'll mention it 1,000 more times. This is probably the most
Attackers need to
difficult site to
locate
defend
and
other than bar and stock. And one thing that you mentioned, Scott, the Mira was a crucial part to why Synthetic eventually ended up winning this site. And look at this. You see what Operator No Shakes isn't bringing? It's the Mira, if you didn't know. And that might be a huge issue for them moving forward.
Yes, I mean, honestly, at this point in time, no
Might.
shakes. They're kind of having to rely on some of these players that can slow down the tempo, slow down the pacing. You know, you've got a Goyo, you've got a Banshee, Wub Wub. And while Malusi's typically a go-to operator anyways, I mean, still having those in really octane Apex positions, it could be a way for them to slow down the pace. I mean, Braxton wielding the Alda as well, it could be even more difficult. I mean, you're going to have to struggle to find information. Bino's got the mute jammers. You've got ADSs to burn out utility, and while Riot may have taken a lick of damage right at the very start, they're still alive and able to fight out pretty securely, despite Mo missing a couple shots to a camera. But I think that No Shakes is doing everything they can to slow down Synthetic, and while it has worked once before, there's no guarantee it will continue to work as long as Synthetic are aware of it and change it up ever so slightly to guarantee a successful play against that strategy No Shakes is bringing to the table.
So I already like when Synthetic's changing up. They're really not wasting a lot of time. They already want to get control of cash, because once that happens, that's going to allow them to get in towards logistics, for example, and construction, and then that basically just demolishes the defensive hold by No Shakes, and that can give Synthetic such a huge advantage. They just have to not lose that manpower, and they've already cleared out everybody from inside of cash. It's for the taking. They just have to worry about the players in the far back, and another player as well, Riot, who has fully repositioned himself. He's in the bottom of secret stairs, rotating up above. If he does not get heard from via an audio cue, this could be massive. But right now, he's going to play very passively. He doesn't want to give away his intentions just yet, because if he does and gets spotted out, this game could end purely on that one player. So he does not want to mess this up, because that could basically kick his entire team out of the league for the regular season.
Yeah, game on the line, match on the line, map on the line, everything on the line, really and truly. And while they may not be tightrope walking, it really does necessarily feel like that. No Shakes are walking on a very thin line that they have to tread, and Synthetic have wiggle room. They've got 3 rounds to work with before it even goes into overtime. And while they definitely don't want it to go into overtime, they've got that wiggle room, you know, capable and ready at any given point in time. But no one having died with only a minute left on the board or 50 seconds left on the board, it's going to be even more difficult to connect. Riot's apparently staring at an enemy through the wall, not able to see him because of that wall, and I'm not aware of it to a degree, but it could catch Freak off guard if they're not aware, but they'll turn to the last second. And while Synthetic is being forced into this last 30 seconds to engage in a push, this is exactly what No Shakes wanted. They've had the opportunity to lay up. They still have the ability to deny. They have those wub-ups to spring through the wall as Freak looking to enact some damage on the opposing side, but the diffuser planted by Poison. They're going off as Freak and Agura find Bino and Riot. A 5v2 now in play as it's just Hourly and Bry. Hourly out, and it's going to be Bry who's felled as well. It may have come down to the last 25 seconds with no kills, but there are no deaths on that Synthetic side. A flawless victory in the end.
Well, that was very anticlimactic. It just kind of happened, and we're back on 480p. Why does this keep happening?
we're
Well, I know why for my camera just sucks, but you're back.
We're good.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're good.
it's all right. You know,
We're good. No issue.
I'll invest in a better camera and better microphone and better computer and better monitor and better keyboard. I have a list, okay? I have a list. It's okay. It'll come in time eventually. But Synthetic eventually end up taking that win, 7-3. Pretty decisive, to say the least. They did a great job in both attack and defense, winning 4 on defense and then 3 on attack. So pretty good job. About 50-50, give or take. And I think we still have one more match, do we? To go up? No, yeah.
No, we do not.
Okay, good, because it's very late and I do not want to get yelled at for being too loud.
But
Gonna
literally your
keep it a
parents.
$1.50, chat. I don't want to get beaten.
No, I'm pretty sure
Hold up.
that was our last game. We can get a confirmation from... Yeah, it is our last game for the night. So, 2 more games tomorrow, and if I remember correctly here, fellow, I think that's still you and me, right?
Well, we hope you all had a great. Yes, yes, it is you and I again. So maybe I'll bring it up a notch here and there because it'll be much earlier in the day. I can do a little bit more play-by-play when the time comes, so it's not going to be just you handling all of it. So maybe you'll get some color in.
Yeah,
Maybe.
probably not. I'm pretty bad at that.
Nah, yeah, no. I'll just
Nah. My points are just like super obvious, like the dumb stuff. It's just like, yeah, he shot first. He loses. It's weird. Trist, crazy, dude. He got some shots. Flicked over. Nuts.
Yeah,
Just generic. No, I
that's
think
fair.
that this was a phenomenal game. We had a great job casting it in terms of being able to enjoy what we saw. And Synthetic, you take that. I don't want to necessarily say handily, but the scoreline definitely did reflect that. But I think that is all we really have for you guys
is.
here today. I think we ended off here. But my name's been Infernosis, joined here by Fellow as I point to the right direction. And we will see you guys tomorrow here once again to do the 2 games then. But until then, we'll catch you guys on the flip side.